Hello, we have a verdict. Thank y'all for coming. I see that some of you are already here. Let me get this pulled up real quick. We still need to go over closing arguments. My internet was just horrible yesterday. There's no volume yet, so excuse me. Good morning, good morning. Hio, I emailed you some documents. We'll have to watch. I guess we'll do closing arguments in this video after we hear the verdict because my internet was so horrible yesterday. Look at her with the bow in her hair. You know what that reminds me of? The bow that she said Evelyn was wearing with the pink tracksuit. Sorry, let me say hey to y'all. It's good to see you, Hobby Farmer, Annette, Dainty Dane, Sarah Lee, and Hio. Thank y'all for being here. They've still got it muted as of right now. I had my notification on and I wasn't sure if... Hey, Julie. Good to see you, love. Ursula in pink today. I wonder if she's got any Pop-Tarts. I'm eating eggs right now. Hey, Sue Joy. Good to see you. I had my notification on for Court TV and I was like, are they just coming and sitting in court? And then I read the bottom and it said verdict is in and I was like, oh, let me go live. Okay, let me pick something on my page real quick. I hate the way they have it muted. I'm gonna get on my phone and see if I can get on Law and Crime and see if they're unmuted because I can't stand the way, like, I want to hear what they're saying. Y'all, come on now. Court TV. They're actually a little bit behind Court TV.
I know how to. No, just said eggs.
Hold on a minute.
Eggs.
All right, so they're standing up for the jury to come in now. I thought Law and Crime was behind. I think Law and Crime is ahead a little bit. Good morning, Cara. You're staying home? You had 6 inches of snow last night? I bet it's pretty. It's muted on Law and Crime. We'll not talk until after Jerry Foreman. Okay. All right, Law and Crime is a little bit ahead. Yep. I'm watching on my phone. All right, we'll watch this one because it's a little bit ahead of the Court TV one. Hey, Vicki Dixon. Lord, I hope this baby got justice. Where do y'all hear that? There's no volume. How do y'all know? Where can you tell me where you hear this, please? Because I can't hear anything. Stop it. Where? Tell me how. Good morning, Bazard. Yeah, she's crying. Oh my gosh. Now I'm getting mad. Like, why is there... Okay.
Individually raising their right hands to swear that they agree with that verdict. This is happening with each one.
Hold on.
Again, we can't hear the jury form.
Count 6, tampering with evidence.
I'll play it like this. That's somebody's...
Guilty.
Guilty. Now we have a host of false reports. Count 7 through 17. So about 10 of these we will see.
Okay, so once again, the jurors are all raising their right hands.
Can y'all hear it? I don't know if I can
they
play
all
it.
reach the same verdict. Count 7, false reporting. Guilty. She's been assessed a fine.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if I can play theirs because I don't know if
false
it's...
report charges. These
person.
next several here will be false reporting.
All right, here we go. Count
Let me
8,
pull it up.
more false reporting. Guilty. Don't forget, she told multiple stories.
Many stories throughout this. If you're just tuning in, we do have a first-degree murder conviction and 2 felony murder convictions for Megan Boswell. So far, all guilty verdicts as we make our way through this indictment. We're waiting on...
It's going to echo. Hold on.
Raised their right hand for every count thus far.
Each
juror has raised their right hand for every count thus far.
7 men and 5.
Okay.
So you had the unanimous decision, a decision of 7 men and 5 women. Thank
Count
you.
9, false reporting. Guilty.
We'll have another.
And they
false
have
report.
assessed a fine,
That's gonna. This will
which
probably.
they're not giving yet.
That will come as that. The sentencing phase. Now the jury will be involved in the sentencing phase and the first degree murder portion of this. We heard the judge telling them that they'll move into that after this. So that'll be the next task for this jury.
Count 10, false reporting. Guilty.
All right. That was from statements she made on February 18th of 2020 is what that count in particular was related to. We're looking to another false reporting here from statements she made on February 19th.
Count 11, false reporting. Guilty.
Guilty there on false reporting. We have a couple of more false report charges there. Again, Megan Boswell has been found guilty of first degree murder and 2 felony murders, guilty of every count in the indictment thus far. We're still making our way through these false reports. This is a charge from count 12 is from February
Count
the
12,
20th.
false reporting. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
And there we go. We'll have another one coming up as well, also from something on or about February 20th of 2020. Each of these different times that she was interacting has led to a specific charge in this case. Watching Megan Boswell, who's been
Count 13, false reporting, guilty.
again, we are not hearing the jury foreman. We're getting this relayed to us through our Liam Bridgman, who's in the media room. The all audio coming from the courtroom is muted right now.
Count 14, false reporting, guilty.
Also, for note, the incident there on February the 20th of 2020, we have another false reporting charge as well. This is related to our conversations with the TBI and Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. Some of these were some of the videos we saw.
Count
playing
15, false reporting, guilty.
Another one on count 16, that is the false reporting charge, and reality appears to be setting in a little bit there for Megan Boswell. She's been crying since that first-degree murder conviction was announced. Again, first-degree murder, guilty. 2 counts of felony murder, guilty. We have been guilty all the way down so far. We've made our way to count 16 in this indictment.
Count 16, false report, guilty.
Got one more false report charge, then we'll move on to the other 2 remaining charges in this case. This is not a death penalty case. They did seek life in prison, so there will not be a death penalty capital punishment decision in this. The state did not choose to go after that in this case, so it is a life in prison or with or without parole.
Count 17, false report, guilty.
All right, so that is guilty on all false report charges. You may remember at the start of the trial, they did drop one of those false reports. There was originally a count 18, a false report that was dropped. So I believe now the next charge in this we should be hearing would be abuse of a corpse.
Count 18. Oh, yes, count 19, abuse of a corpse.
18 was pulled, so we're at
Guilty.
19 in the indictment. So we are, one more charge here would be failure to report a death under suspicion, unusual or unnatural circumstances. We count 20 of the total indictment. This one dates back to when David
Count
Goodwin
20,
died.
failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Guilty.
That is it. Guilty on all charges, all 19 counts. A complete decision there from that jury of 7 men and 5 women. Megan Boswell convicted on every count that she was charged with, including that big one of first-degree murder, 2 counts of felony murder, aggravated child abuse, and child neglect. Now looking at life in prison. The question is, will she have a chance at parole after serving 51 years? But life
So
in
right
prison.
now, the judge is asking if either side would like to pull the jurors in this case. It looks like it's being declined.
And in that case, where they would go through and ask juror number 1, number 2, is this your decision? Is this your decision? And ask them all if that is what is happening. So it looks like the defense attorney is going to make some questions there. Again, we can't hear what is happening. I'm not sure when our audio will be allowed to be turned back on in the courtroom. As soon as we're allowed to turn that sound back on, we'll take you in there and listen into what's happening in that courtroom. And Judge Jim Goodwin's.
The jurors are being dismissed currently, temporarily. I believe the sentencing phase is happening.
The sentencing phase will come.
Shortly.
He did tell them that if that was in his instructions yesterday, that if they did find guilty on first-degree murder, we would immediately go into a sentencing phase. That'll be the next job that they have to do in this. So they'll begin the sentencing phase on that first-degree murder conviction. So we'll wait and see how that happens. We could be back with you today and on however long it takes them to make that decision. But right now, we imagine the judge will publish those findings. We may be able to hear into the courtroom at this point in time. But again, Megan Boswell, you see on your screen right there, guilty on all 19 counts, including that first-degree murder and 2 felony murder convictions.
He's reading the charges again, guilty on first-degree murder, guilty on felony murder, aggravated child abuse, guilty on felony murder,
I think we can
aggravated
hear it
child
now.
neglect.
We can hear.
Okay,
We can hear.
great.
it.
Let's
The
listen
jury
in.
of your peers having found you guilty of first degree murder and the perpetration of a felony, it's a judgment of this court, you are guilty. And count 4, the judgment of your peers having found you guilty of aggravated child abuse, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And count 5, the jury of your peers having found you guilty of aggravated child neglect, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And count 6, the jury of your peers having found you guilty of tampering with evidence, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And count 7, the jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And count 8, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And count 9, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And count 10, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And count 11, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And count 12, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. Count 13, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. Count 14, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And count 15, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And count 16, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And count 17, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And count 19, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of abuse of a corpse, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And in count 20, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In counts 4 through 20, the jury did not assess the fine, so there'll be no fine assessed in those counts. Now we'll be in recess about 15 minutes.
Thank you. Court stands in recess.
Okay, so they're going to recess. I'm going to pull this up on my phone. We'll go through and
That was Judge Jim Goodwin reading the convictions
Correct.
again, all 19 charges against Megan Boswell. As we were just saying, she heard the jury tell it to her, then she heard the judge tell it to her 19 times. She is guilty in the death and the murder of her baby Evelyn.
So they have dismissed the jury temporarily. They will be brought back in because there is going to be an announcement of sentencing today because it is the highest.
The first degree
Charge.
murder case, the jury is involved in the sentencing in that case. So we'll see how this continues to play out, the next steps in this case, and where we are. But again, 19 convictions for Megan Boswell. First degree murder, carries life in prison. They did not seek the death penalty in this case, so the jury will be involved in that decision and what they recommend with whether she has a chance to get parole after 51 years.
I'm going to check in with Liam here, Preston,
Okay.
because I want to know how long they're going to be out. Should we stay live on air? If so, we will certainly be live here for you. We'll keep you posted. Of course, you can watch our live stream on YouTube and on Facebook.
We're being told 15 minutes,
minutes.
I believe
Okay.
is what we're. So just for clarification to the control room, 15 minutes they're coming back with that, or 15 minutes, do we know what that 15 minutes is?
I think it's 15 minutes until they come back.
Okay.
And so we will be live for you. We're going to wait right here and make sure that we bring you that sentencing live. You can also watch it on our YouTube page and on Facebook and on our website.
We will, the immense amount of attention and an interest in this, we want to make sure that you have that as soon as it's announced. We will have that for you. A big question now, that jury, and they may already have that answer. They may have worked that out, and when they came back with their verdict, they may know what their answer is going to be, and it may not take them very long at all. That'll be the next question, how this works out.
Yeah, so we'll hang tight right here and bring it to you live as soon as we get that information on sentencing. In the meantime, we're going to send it back to programming, but don't forget to stay with us live on air at WCYB.com, our YouTube page, and on Facebook.
And we will be back with you as soon as they are back in that.
Okay, so I was going to say we could watch the closing arguments because we didn't get to do that yesterday due to my internet not wanting to work. I'm going to see what I've got it pulled up on Court TV. Do you guys want to go to closing arguments real quick so we can at least watch that? I know a lot of you weren't able to watch it. Hold on a minute. you can't put Jiffy Mix through the flour sifter because it has chunks in it, sweetheart. It's not going to work. Oh, sorry. I didn't know I was unmuted. Okay. So I've got it on my phone. I'm watching. We can go ahead and start closing arguments from yesterday since we didn't get to watch that. And then we'll come back to this as soon as they come back in the courtroom. Okay. All right, so we'll start this. I've got it on my phone. I'm watching for them to come back in the courtroom.
Can I use this for the cornbread? Corn.
Yeah, but that's cast iron. You got to like put butter in it and make sure it's really well coated. And you got to cut the thing off because it's like very old. It's actually antique.
So we've finally reached the point in trial for closing arguments. And what this essentially means is it's an opportunity for the state of Tennessee to go through, talk about the evidence a little bit, reflect on some of the witnesses, because it's been a pretty long, almost 2 weeks. The state will go first, then one of the defense attorneys will have an opportunity to go, then the state will go again. And Matt, I'll talk a little more about that in a second, but that's because the state carries the burden of proof.
Real quick, for anybody coming in, she was found guilty on all counts. They're on a short break, and then we're going to hear what her sentence is. Evelyn has received justice.
So I think each of you should have a jury instruction pamphlet in front of you. I'm going to ask you if you flip to page number 6. It covers the burden of proof. And it seems like it's a common misnomer for the burden of proof to appear to be higher than it actually is for the state of Tennessee. And don't get me wrong, it is a high burden, and we gladly carry that burden every step of the way. But when you read about reasonable doubt, and that, of course, the burden never shifts to the defense. The burden is always on the state of Tennessee. It is a burden. It's not absolute certainty. It does not require you to say, I don't know 100% what happened. That is not what is required by the law. It is not absolute certainty. It's essentially, can you go to bed and let your mind rest easy? Can you, actually, I'm going to do one other thing real quick. What I'm asking you to do is essentially use your own common sense. That's one of the most important things. Okay. And I'm going to give an example of what I mean by this, if I can.
Becky, I saw that you just came in. She has been convicted guilty on all counts. We're waiting for the jury to come back in to do sentencing. I'm watching on my phone, and we're going over closing arguments since my internet decided not to work yesterday. And so we're watching that until they come back in, and then we'll come back to closing arguments and finish them after we hear the sentence.
It's like Wheel of Fortune. Okay? My handwriting's on the desk though. But you get the idea here. It's like Wheel of Fortune. When you see a contestant on Wheel of Fortune and they know the answer to the phrase or the statement, they don't have all the letters when they see that phrase, but they know what the answer is. And if the state has done that, we have met our burden. And it's important to note that it's not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's not absolute certainty. That is not what is required by the law, by the state of Tennessee. So that brings me to some of the arguments that Mr. Scott has made through this trial. It might be on that same page. Probably should have written it. Here it is, page 5. In your instructions, in the second paragraph, it states, statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. And I beg you to remember that when Mr. Scott gets back up and makes his arguments.
Yeah, from what I understand, the state asked for life without the possibility of parole.
Remember that. The things that come out of his mouth and that came out of his mouth during trial, that is not the evidence. He tried to get you to speculate on so many things during this trial. He wanted to throw out strange theories with aluminum foil. He wanted to throw out a term that doesn't even matter anymore, SIDS. That came from his mouth, not either of the doctors, but from Mr. Scott. He's asking you to speculate. That is not evidence. I beg you to only think about the items that were put into evidence, the photographs, the recordings, and what came from the witness stand. Do not let them sway you from what actually happened in this case. He kept mentioning cadaver dogs. He wanted you to think about that. But if you remember the cadaver dogs, Tommy Boswell, on his property, what did we hear him say? The cadaver dogs didn't even go up there by the playhouse. He wants you to believe maybe the body wasn't there at that time. He's trying to throw you off, but he didn't show anything. There's no proof. There's no evidence.
I'm glad it's raining in Nevada. If y'all haven't seen rain since 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you once again, and it's in here in these instructions, that the defendant has no burden to prove anything during this trial. The burden is wholly on the state of Tennessee. Okay? Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. And I believe I said that. The state, we gladly carry this burden. But again, what comes out of Mr. Scott's mouth is not evidence. You heard nothing from the witness stand about cadaver dogs. There's no piece of evidence about cadaver dogs.
I'm assuming they objected to the fact that the baby wasn't in the playhouse or something. Yeah, they said the defense doesn't have to basically show that she's innocent of it. She's presumed innocent until proven guilty.
And Mr. Scott said in his opening statement, humans make mistakes. Do you remember that? Dogs also can make mistakes. And if you remember, Agent Fraley and Agent Gratz, both with the TBI, what did they say? They didn't smell anything in that playhouse until they lifted the black bag, and immediately the smell of decomposition hit them. I submit to you, cadaver dogs, what do they work off of? The smell of decomposition. Don't let that fool you. Mr. Scott also talked a lot about Hunter Wood. We heard a lot about Mr. Wood in this trial. Again, did we hear any witness from the witness stand that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood? There wasn't a witness that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood. And if you remember the text messages that we saw yesterday from essentially Hunter's own mouth, it's pretty clear that he's yet another victim of Megan Boswell. She was feeding him the same lines that she was feeding every other person in this case. Mr. Scott brought up the theory of an accident or the word SIDS. Well, you heard Dr. Malushnik say that in the past 10 years in the state of Tennessee, a child 12 months or older has not passed away from SIDS or sudden unexplained death. those are statistics from the state of Tennessee. But somehow Mr. Scott wants you to believe that somehow that's how this baby died, even though she has foil wrapped around her head, a blanket wrapped around that, inside a trash bag, upside down in a trash can. Let's go through our timeline just for a minute. What do we know? We know that Evelyn was okay until November of 2019. We know that Evelyn was seen at Thanksgiving by family. And then Megan Boswell started a new job at the Chicken Shack. What do we know after that? Megan Boswell meets Hunter Wood. And we know that Sue Whitson is probably the last person to ever see Evelyn alive again. You remember the picture that Sue took? This is very likely the very last picture of Evelyn Boswell alive. Not taken by Megan Boswell, but taken by the babysitter. Sue Whitson testified that the last time she babysat was the end of November, early December, which just so happened to coincide with when Megan Boswell met Hunter Wood, a guy that she was hoping might change her life. But Evelyn was in the way. What did we hear? Do you remember Megan's friend, Maddie Broom? We heard a little bit about her. Her brother, Stephen Lawrence, tried to help Megan. She drove her to a few of the interviews. And if you remember, Megan was apartment shopping on December 8th. And on that day, Evelyn was not with her. And so Stephen asked her later, after it's been reported that Evelyn's missing, he says, was Evelyn gone by then? And what did Megan say? Yes, Evelyn was gone by then. So that takes our window from December 3rd, essentially when Megan Boswell started working at the Chicken Shack, to December 8th. Evelyn Boswell's 12-month well visit. Do you remember that? Scheduled for December 5th. Megan doesn't call and cancel. She just no-shows. And Casey Saltz, the receptionist there, had to reach out and ask Megan, and Megan gave some excuse. I can't remember what it was, as to why she couldn't bring her. So they rescheduled for the next day. Did Megan show up with Evelyn the next day? No, she didn't. I submit to you, that's because Evelyn was already gone at that point. Casey texts Megan again, and Megan has yet another excuse. The appointment rescheduled one more time for December 11th, and conveniently, Megan then says, oh, I've decided to change pediatricians. And as we can all imagine, when you change pediatricians, we all know that children have vaccine records and all of the things that come with being, especially that first 12 months of life. They've got a lot of appointments and a lot of vaccinations. So it'd be really, really important to transfer that information to the new pediatrician. Did Megan Boswell do that? No.
Good morning, Lily. She's guilty on all counts, and we are waiting for the jury to come back in to do sentencing. I'm watching on my phone, and we're going over closing arguments from yesterday since we weren't able to do it while we wait on the jury to come back.
She didn't. They never got a request from another pediatrician. That was just another line that Megan Boswell told to start trying, I say trying, to cover her tracks. We also know that on December 7th, you saw a text message yesterday from a girl named Haley Marie, and that is the very first time that Megan tells the story her dad has her. December 7th. Keep in mind, Sue Whitson saw Evelyn alive for the last time, and then Megan just stopped showing up. And then by December 7th, she's concocted her plan. And it really explains.
Good morning, Quinky Dink. Megan has been found guilty on all 19 charges. We're waiting for the jury to come back to deliver sentencing. I'm watching on my phone, but we're going over closing arguments until they get back.
It's why so much time goes by. Because I know that's a question we have all had. 2.5 months goes by. 2.5 months. But now we know. We know why. Because Megan Boswell was telling every single person in her family and her closest friends that Evelyn was with her father. So what does a rational person think? Okay, we're glad. I think Tommy even said that from the stand. I was proud of him for stepping up. I was proud of him for stepping up and taking responsibility. But, time continues to pass, and you've heard witnesses, and particularly Bailey and Audrey, Megan's closest friends. They were all starting to talk and to think that something doesn't feel right. Just doesn't
Thank you for coming and hanging out with us.
feel right. But no one could have known how wrong this was at the time. February 2020, finally, Tommy Boswell says, I've had enough. I want to see my granddaughter. Show her to me by tomorrow, or I'm reporting it to DCS. Well, Megan couldn't do that. Megan knew she couldn't do that because she knew where Evelyn was. We all know where Evelyn was. And so Megan did not produce Evelyn that day. And Tommy finally gets the ball rolling on trying to find this little girl. And they first show up at Hunter Wood's house on the lake in a nice neighborhood. And Megan Boswell's there. But there's no baby. There's no Evelyn. And you remember, the only thing Megan, you remember James Lewis from DCS, the only thing Megan was really able to show was this box from Hunter's bedroom. And you remember what Megan called that box? A memory box. Now, why would you call something a memory box if you are alleging that your child is still alive? This is all Megan Boswell had of Evelyn in that house.
Wow.
House that
That's the actual memory box. Oh my God.
she was trying to show DCS that Evelyn was living in. She couldn't show him diapers. She couldn't show him a pack and play. She showed him one outfit that she held up on a hanger, not an outfit that Evelyn had ever worn. There was no evidence that a child had ever been in that house. Now I'm going to touch on something briefly. If you remember Paul Durant yesterday, going back, I'm trying to just give you a little bit of a timeline. If you remember, he talked about Ethan Perry in the military because Megan Boswell led him to believe that he was the father, even though he had his doubts. She convinced him that he was the father of Evelyn. We know he was not the father. We know that. And he said she was sharing photos daily, constantly sharing photos. Until what day? Do you remember the date? December 3rd. On December 3rd, Megan Boswell stopped sharing photographs of Evelyn. And she continues to send pictures, but if you remember, Agent Durant he's a smart guy. And so he was able to check her full Facebook extraction. And so she continued to send pictures to Ethan, but they weren't recent pictures. It was just another way that she could try to keep this facade going just as long as she could.
Okay, so they've turned the microphones back on in the court. Let's go to...
Mr. Scott, are you ready? Yes, sir.
All right.
We're prepared for two witnesses right now. We got a witness still on the way. She's not far away, hopefully. The state will go first. I don't think this is going to help much.
Verdicts.
Hold
Three,
on,
we
we'll
heard
watch
the
it on
jurors.
Court TV. That's what I have pulled up.
Draw it out. Read it as read.
Come on, don't do this. Let me let it load real quick.
Yeah, well, yeah, we talked about that.
All right. If the jury's ready, we'll bring them in.
I'm going to be quiet while we listen.
We approached.
No, I'm in there. Oh, well, that's.
Everyone stand, please.
I get to you yesterday.
You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, General.
Judge, stay within 2 seconds. I'm sorry.
You can do an opening statement if you would like to.
Okay, no, I stayed with the opening statement.
Do you have an opening?
I do.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, although I may not agree with your verdict, I respect your verdict. I respect you. I thank you for your time. And I have one more thing to ask you. You have to make a decision now, and that decision is it's going to mean the difference if you sentence Megan Boswell to life in prison. She'll be released when she is probably 69 years old. It'll be 8. She's been in jail. You probably realize she has been in jail since she was 18 years old. She went to jail February the 25th of 2020, and she hasn't been released. So with that said, if you give her a life sentence, it would be 51 years. That's what I'm asking you to do. If you give her a life without sentence, she will never be released from prison. That's the difference. So it'll be the difference between her being released at what I believe would be 69 to 70 years old or never being released. In doing this process, and Judge Goodwin will read you some very short jury instructions compared to what you heard yesterday. You look at statutory aggravating factors and mitigating factors. In this case, the state will submit the age of the child as the aggravating factor. Our mitigating factors, we've listed several of those. They include no significant criminal history, her youth and age at the time the offense was committed. She was 17 when she had Evelyn. She was 18 when Evelyn died. You'll hear more about her unstable and chaotic home life. You'll hear from her mother, Angela Boswell. She's here today. You'll hear from Angela about domestic violence that Megan witnessed between her parents. You'll hear from Angela about drug use that Megan witnessed her parents engage in. You also hear about her schooling. It wasn't seamless, and how one of her primary role models was her grandfather, Tommy Boswell's father. He died when I think she was 11 or 12 years old. You'll hear that. And then finally, you'll hear a little bit about her younger siblings, Elijah and Charlotte. Elijah has a disability that Megan has looked after him and tried to help take care of him. And then you're also feel free to look at any other thing you've heard in the proof and making that decision as far as mitigating factor. Anything else you've heard in all the proof from any of the witnesses. And also you'll probably hear from Gail Kite. You've heard from her once before, but you'll hear a little bit more from her about the shape Megan was in when she came into her home. And you'll hear from, we expect to call Mary Boswell. She is Megan's grandmother. I think most of you recognize the name Old Mommy at this point. You'll hear from her and what she witnessed and her participation in raising Megan. So it's a hard decision. It's not a light decision. You've made a hard decision already. And it's my hope that after you see this, you will come to the conclusion that maybe at 69 years old, it would be fair for her to be released from prison.
All right. General proof.
Yes, Judge. At this time, the state will produce a copy of birth certificate of Evelyn Boswell.
All right. That'll be exhibit 262. I'm going to keep the exhibits in sequential numbers, but I've started a new sheet for the sentencing part. It'll be exhibit 262. Any other proof, John?
No, Judge. Have the state address.
Mr. Scott?
Here's we call it Angel Boswell. Angel Boswell.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. And state your name for me.
Angela Boswell.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and but the truth, ma'am. Have a seat. If you'll pull the microphone down and talk straight into that microphone. Actually, you know what? I need to switch these.
Where was she at during trial? Don't they always, LEX?
Ready to go, Judge?
Lily, I'm not sure of the
Ma'am,
time.
state your name for the record.
It was the
Angela
beginning
Boswell.
of the live.
You are Megan Boswell's mother.
I am.
Ms. Boswell, you know the purpose of being here today.
I do.
I want to ask you some about Megan's home life and growing up, but I guess I want to ask you first a little bit about yourself.
Okay.
And I'm asking you these questions, Ms. Boswell. I'm not trying to embarrass you or cast any
No, sir.
aspersions.
No.
You married Tommy Boswell when you were how old?
First time 15.
You speak into that microphone just a little more, please.
The first time 15.
And when did you become pregnant with your first child with him?
I had my first in April and turned 16 in July. So,
Okay, and who is that child?
Tommy Jr.
And then you had Megan at some point. How old were you when you had Megan?
There's 8 years difference. I was almost 24.
It's okay. So let's talk about Megan's life growing up. Would it be fair to say that during her lifetime, she's witnessed drug use between you and her father?
Yes.
What type of drugs?
Opiates, mainly.
Scoot up and speak into that so the jury can hear you.
Opiates, mainly.
Did that drug use lead to other problems?
Yeah. Arguments, fighting, yes.
You say there
Strife
strife.
is what it brings, yes. Nonstop.
Is that something that went on pretty much her entire childhood
Yeah.
growing up?
Yeah, from the time she was pretty little, yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Good. Now, did she witness fights between you and her father?
Yes.
I think at some point her father was convicted of aggravated assault and kidnapping.
Yes.
Were you the victim in that?
Yes. Mm.
Do you remember ever taking Megan to any NAAA meetings with you?
Yes, I did.
How old was she when you did that?
She was probably about 7 or 8. First ones I started taking her to 7 or 8, 8 or 9, somewhere around in there.
Now she, due to the strife in your home, was she raised by her grandparents to some degree?
Yes.
Okay, and what were their names?
Mary and Danny Boswell.
Mary Boswell, would that be who's known as a mommy?
Yes. Mm.
These problems, do you feel that it's partly your fault, the problems Megan's experienced?
No, absolutely. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Now, unfortunately, your problems that they went on up into, we saw a video in here of you being brought down from the jail to talk with her in
Mhm.
2020.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So even up until the time she went to jail, you were in and out of jail.
Yes. I've been.
Have you been convicted of numerous crimes?
Yes.
Now, have you managed to straighten up at this point?
I have, yes.
You hoping to?
Yes. I pray every day and just, to do my best and try. I've learned the importance of a mother's role, but not for Megan, I didn't.
All right.
I failed her on that miserably.
And you're here asking the jury to give her a sentence of life as opposed to life without.
It's Maggie is at her core. She is a generous, kind person. And through all Maggie's went through, Maggie still has potential. She was trying so hard. She didn't repeat my mistakes. Maggie learned from my mistakes. And she was trying to do better with Eve. She wasn't repeating. I think she got saddled with, just because of my mistakes that she did those, and that was not it. That was not the case with them.
Would it be fair to say she didn't have a good role model for the mother? She
No, no, she did not.
Answer any of Ms. Massengill or Mr. Harper's questions.
I don't have any questions, Judge.
Judge, at this time, I have some judgments of conviction on Tommy Boswell. I'd like to put in by agreement with Mr. Harper.
No objection, Judge.
Okay. I'd ask these to be made the next 4 exhibits.
Mr. Scott, I want to enter the case number 61078 as exhibit 263. And the other 3 pages are 3 counts of the same case. So I'll make that a collective 260.
I don't think it was drug use. I think she's just really upset and nervous. It's hard to deal with hearing that your daughter just got, convicted on all counts. I think she's just really upset.
What is that case number you're on?
62497.
Hey, Edith.
The first page is 263, case 61078, and case 62497. Those 3 pages, 264.
Your Honor, defense would call Gail Kite. Kite.
It was KYTE, right?
I believe so, Your Honor. I'll have her spell it. I think she was a witness in the trial, but I'll go back to it.
Raise your right hand. State your name, please.
Gail Kite.
Ms. Kite, you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
This is the foster mom.
Speaking of that microphone.
Ms. Kite, good morning.
Good morning.
Just so I make sure here, spelling your last name, is it K-Y-T-E?
It is.
And Ms. Kite, you've previously testified in this hearing as a state's witness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, thank you for coming back for this part of it. I know Ms. Boswell appreciates that. How long have you been working in foster care?
15 years.
Do you remember when Megan Boswell came to you?
I do.
Do you recall what kind of shape she was in or state?
She was in bad shape. She was one of the worst children that I'd brought in as far as neglect.
What do you mean by that?
She was very malnourished. She's very skinny. Her hair was matted to her head with lice. Impossible to even get a comb through.
Okay. Well, when she came to you, were you given any background? I imagine in foster care, you're given background or information of where this child is coming from? Were you giving any of that?
I was.
And what were you preparing for?
In the intake papers, it mentioned trauma. It mentioned rape.
Did it give you any background or any information about her family background or makeup?
Not really.
Now, you said she came to you with lice. What did you do to try to help Megan?
Well, I took her to a beauty shop because there was no way to even begin to get a comb through. It was horrible. The beauty shop wouldn't touch it. They told me I offered to pay him $100 to go out back to cut her hair. And they said that they couldn't do it. Finally, the agency that we were with found a beautician that met me at a church that was willing to come in and give Megan a haircut. They gave her a bob, which looked really cute on her. But even after that we could get a comb through, it took close to 3 weeks, maybe a month, to get rid of the lice. Were just so bad. I had to get prescription medicine from the doctor. We got 2 bottles of that. I bought the comb that you run through that's supposed to kill the lice. And I know I practically traumatized the poor child because we'd go out on the porch and I'd run that comb through trying to make sure we got all the lice, and she'd sit there and tears would run down her hair. She got tired of me. It wasn't a pleasant situation. And then even when you do that, you still got to go through, you've got to thoroughly clean the bedding.
I'm not trying to like be mean or anything, but you know, children deal with parents who have drug issues. And if your kid goes to public school, I'm sure especially your little girl might have had lice once or twice. They all go through that. They all get upset because you got to comb it like every day for hours. I had to put a shower curtain down so that I could comb their hair. They cried too. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling, all of the other things. Yeah, that's horrible. The rape and things, that is horrific. And I'm sorry that she suffered that. But this stuff, I mean, it happens. It's life.
Everything in the room has to be taken down, washed in hot water. But it was a rough time for her. Very rough.
And you may have said, but she came to you how old?
She was 17 years old.
She was pregnant.
17, pregnant, scared, didn't have a place to go.
And you believe that she had been raped or violently sexually assaulted. Were you given any background or information about her family, her mom and her dad?
I knew Mom was in and out of jail. And I knew her daddy owned a business.
Okay. Were you able to come to the opinion that she essentially came from a dysfunctional family?
I did.
Okay. And how long did she stay with you?
She stayed 4 months. When she came in, we got to work, got rid of the lice, got her registered for school. Where she was pregnant, she chose to do online schooling. She worked really hard getting her diploma. If a test didn't go right, she was on the phone the next day with the counselor getting it reset. I never had any problems trying to get her to do her schoolwork or anything. She hung with it.
She ever caused you any problems, disciplinary wise or anything like that?
No.
Never?
No.
And did she seem to be thriving in a structured environment?
She did. She did.
Was she making friends?
She did.
Did she seem to be progressing and coming out of the state she was in when she came to you?
She very much so.
She was with you for 4 months. Did you form a bond with her?
Oh, I did. We took up together immediately. It was during the winter. She learned me how to play card games. Winter days, we'd sit there and we'd play. Baby'd sleep. We'd play cards. But we formed a bond.
Did you take her to doctor's appointments?
I did.
How did she seem to feel about becoming a mother?
She was very excited.
Did you have conversations with her about that?
I did.
Did she seem to fully understand her roles and responsibilities of what was going to be required of her?
She did. Megan practically raised her younger sister, Charlotte, and her brother, Elijah. She had plenty of experience with younger children.
How did you know that?
Well, mostly from conversations with Megan, and just I could tell by the way she took care of Evelyn at the house. You know, she knew how to heat a bottle. She knew how to change the diapers. She got up when the baby cried.
Did you ever have to tell her to do those things?
No, me and my husband never once woke up those 4 months when Evelyn woke up in the middle of the night. Megan would take care of her very well.
And I asked you, and I want to clarify that if you ever took her to doctor's appointments, she was with you when she was with you. She came to you pregnant. Did you go to the prenatal appointments?
I did.
And did you go to follow-up appointments with Evelyn's pediatrician?
I did.
Okay. So you were involved through the whole process, really?
Those 4 months, yes.
Okay. At some point in time, was Megan taken from your home and placed back somewhere else?
She done trial visits to go back to Tommy's.
Okay.
There was a process in the foster care system.
I understand.
She done weekend visits, or at first it was just visits, and then it led to weekend visits.
How did she feel about that?
She seemed okay with it.
Eventually, was Megan placed back in the custody and care of her family?
She was. She went back to Tommy's house.
Tommy, you mean her father?
Yes.
Okay. And did you maintain contact with her?
I did.
How often?
We text back and forth it wasn't a daily time, but I want to say once a month, sometimes couple times a week. It's just according to what was going on and what pictures she had took of Evelyn.
When you were talking to her, did you eventually learn that maybe things were kind of getting back off the tracks again?
I did. In April, I received a call from her foster care worker saying that Megan had been needed some help and even though she was out of the foster care system, would I be willing to go and help her out? And I said, no problem. So I called Megan. She told me that her mother had dropped her off at a church. She had drove off and left her and Evelyn there. She had took Evelyn's diaper bag, the baby's supplies. So I told her I'd be right there. I went and picked her up. We went to Walmart, bought baby bottles, formula, diapers, the stuff that a baby would need.
Where did you take her?
We went back to my home. She spent the night. Her and Evelyn they took showers, a good night's sleep. But then the next morning, she wanted to go back to her mother's family's home.
Where's that at?
Now, I'm not sure. The place that I took, her grandfather was in the hospital. And she wanted to go there to meet up with her family. So when she left my home, I drove her to the hospital in Kingsport, and she assured me that she would be perfectly fine, and her and Evelyn got out.
It'd be fair to say that Megan wasn't getting maybe the familial support from her parents that she was needing at that time.
Yes.
I imagine over this time, Ms. Kite, that did you ever meet Tommy Boswell Sr. or her mother, Angela?
I had never met Angela, but I'd met Tommy several times.
You said you agreed that she probably come from a dysfunctional family. Let me ask you this. She lived with you for 4 months and you stayed in contact with her after she moved out. It's your opinion, you know her, you talked to her. You think Megan ever knew what a normal family looked like?
No. No.
Did she crave that?
I think so.
Was she wanting that for Evelyn?
I think so.
Well, it's obvious why we're here today. You know why you're testifying. Are you asking this jury to just give her life?
I am, with the possibility of parole. This child has been traumatized. She's made bad mistakes that has to be paid for. But I think she deserves a chance to come back out to the real world. I don't think she's irredeemable. I think she can become a functioning citizen.
Ms. Kite, I thank you again. If you would answer the questions that the state has for you.
Nothing from the state judge.
Judge, we call Mary Boswell.
What she went through is horrible, but there's people who have been through that and, believe it or not, worse, and would never ever hurt their child. Like, I left home at 17. I understand she's a lot more immature than I ever was, but I don't know how to feel right now. I don't know. She should get out at some point when she's 69 or 70. That might be okay because she is really young, but it's not an excuse to do what she did at all. Little Red says no parole. Yeah, so hard to see. Good to see you. And so hard to see, said the jury is seeing the options that Megan had. I don't understand how her mama could dump her and the baby off at the church. That's real messed up. But I mean, again, people have been through worse and aren't out here killing their children. I'm gonna be quiet now so we can hear Grandma.
Raise your right hand and state your name for me. Mary Boswell. Ms. Boswell, you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. You have to see right there and speak your name. Okay.
Ms. Boswell,
Mhm.
I'm Gene Scott. How are you?
Pretty good.
We're here today because the jury's trying to decide how long Megan will have to stay in prison. I want you to, I guess, your name is Mary Boswell.
Not Mary Boswell.
Okay. How do you know Megan?
Sir,
How do you know Megan?
she's my granddaughter.
Okay. Are you Tommy Boswell's mother?
Yes, sir.
And obviously you've known Megan her whole life.
All of her life, I started keeping her from the time she was 2 months old till she was grown, off and on, not all the time, but off and on.
Why was that in part because of problems between your son and her mother, Angela?
Sir,
Was that because her parents were having
no,
problems?
she just loved me and her papa, and she stayed with us, and we loved her, and so we keep her a lot.
Were you aware of the violence issues between Tommy and Angela?
No, I didn't live in their home or nothing. I don't know nothing about what went on in their home, sir. we'd pick her up and keep her till she want to go back and like that, off and on.
And
I don't.
have you always lived
Uh-uh.
down there on the same property Tommy lives on? Or
I've now lived there for maybe 20 years, 21 or 2 or something like that.
she lived there almost all Megan's life.
Yeah, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware, you told me, I think one of Megan's role models was your husband, your late husband.
Sir,
Your late husband, he was one of Megan's role models.
yes, we loved her like she belonged to us.
Okay. When did he pass, man?
11 years, 11 and a half years ago. Soon be 12 this summer.
So that would have been when Megan was, I guess, what?
Yeah, maybe 12 years old or
12
something.
years old.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that take an impact on her?
Yes, it did.
And are you here asking this jury for leniency today?
Yes, sir, I am.
Asking them not to give her a sentence of life without parole?
I hope they don't, sir. I love her like I hope they don't give her the sentence like that. I'd love to give her my home if I could take her home today. That's how much I love her.
I understand. Thank you, Ms. Boswell. Answer any of Mr. Harper or Ms. Masseyville.
No questions, Judge.
Ms. Boswell, thank you so much.
Okay, I'm leaving. Thank you.
Going down there.
I like her. She's feisty, like Keo said. But again, I mean, notice how she said I'd give her my home if I could take her home right now. I mean, again, giving everything. I can see her as a child just wanting her mama to love her. And her mama doing all that mess. But again, I mean, and I can understand how that can be traumatic, but there is no excuse for what she did. Stearns is trying to have all of the witness impact statements stricken to where they can't be read. There's one for it to be read by a neutral party if it is. Oh, Lordy. What's going on now?
Stand, please.
But Stearns wants them to be able to come up his family and say how his death will impact them. But nobody can speak on Madeline's behalf.
You may be seated. Thank you. Approach.
Lil Red said apparently she doesn't know how to live a normal life or choose to ignore the rules of life. Hey, hobby farmer.
Megan, we've talked about this before. You understand you have a right not to testify.
Yes.
No one could force you to testify.
Yes.
We'll start this over since we didn't have the microphone up. Megan, you understand you have a right not to testify, and if you don't testify, the jury may not draw any inferences from that failure to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Likewise, you have a right to testify. No one could keep you from testifying if you wanted to.
Yes.
After consulting with me, Mr. Ford, and talking about your case and hearing what's happened here in court and all the evidence, do you wish to testify or not?
No,
You do not wish to testify?
I do not wish to testify.
And Ms. Boswell, you're still under oath from yesterday or the day before. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other proof? And before we bring the jury in, one thing that I forgot to do yesterday, was when we excused the alternates, I took the contents of one of their books and the cover page, and I gave that to the court reporter, and that would be designated as Exhibit A, the letter A, for identification only, so that it's part of the record as to what those notebooks were that they took back. All right.
Hobby Farmer said she could have written a statement and had her attorney read it. She won't even apologize, says Doc Bones. What are we doing?
Judge, stay with introduce it.
Okay, tech issues, I suppose. Okay, what are you doing here, Court TV? Y'all were paid so much money to do this. Let's get it together. Okay. Hold on a minute. Let me check Law and Crime on my phone. Hold on, y'all. I don't know what's going on with Court TV, but I'm gonna check Law and Crime on my phone. Law and Crime is stuck on this too.
You understand?
Law and Crime is stuck on Grandma walking up too, so I don't know what's going on.
It's ready, Mr.
There was no emotion, and so many of us did have a bad childhood, and it didn't cause us to do what she did. You know what I mean? We've all been through something, like Dainty said. I don't know what's going on with Court TV right now. Law and Crime is literally just stuck on where she's walking up. I think they're trying to fast forward to back where they're supposed to be. I don't know. Okay. Technical difficulties. It says technical difficulties. Please stand by. Evidently, everybody's having them. Wow, I hope I'm even here in 50 years to find out. Just thought of that. Yeah, me too. Hope I'm here in 50 years to find out as well. Yeah. Yeah, like everybody here had a traumatic childhood or went through something. I mean, it doesn't excuse it. Doc Bones said, got to remember she lied to everyone. She deserves to sit in prison for the rest of her life and think about what she did. Yeah. My issue is she's so young. I mean, she could be rehabilitated, but I don't think, I mean, she needs to be well past childbearing age before she gets out. Poor grandma broke the damn camera, said Hobby. Oh no. I don't want to switch to continuing the closing arguments from yesterday because I'm scared they'll come back. Kara said, I don't think that she'll ever think about what she did. Hio, I will be too. I'm somewhat of a futurist and things like that. Always fascinated and scared me too. My husband said he wants to be put in AI, like, and live on through AI. I was like, really? He was like, yeah, I think it'd be cool. And I was like, shh, when I die, just put me in the ground. I don't want to live on. Dainty Dane said, but to cross the line, one, I could never ever trust them. Yeah. Janet said, I'd be 120 in 50 years. Cara said, I'd be 89. Cara might be here. You have to let us know. Oh. Are we coming back? I don't know. She seems literally psychopathic or something. Yeah, I don't understand. Mr. Speculating is very silly. That would be cool. I would like that, being put in a tree, like being planted in a tree, grow up. You know, in the Amish culture, if they believe somebody's a witch, they put a tree. They plant a tree over their graves, and it's like supposed to like keep the bad spirit in the tree or something. I always found that really interesting. Bazard says, I'll be 83. I don't know how old I'll be. I'll be like 80 something. Yeah, we never found out who was daddy. Oh, I do have an interview that they did about why Megan didn't testify, but I'm still scared to leave just yet while they try to fix the technical difficulties. I've heard that they make people into compost too. See, Zan, that's what my husband wants. Zan said, I'd love to have my consciousness put into AI, all the things I'd learn about the universe. That's what he says. I think that's weird. I'm like, I don't want to live forever through AI. Just put me in the ground. I cannot. Maybe she will reminisce on the chicken shack in there. Jenny. This is what I think about, y'all, when they say the chicken shack. This is what it reminds me of.
Y'all tired of eating that barbecue from up the street? Where they give you more sauce than they give you meat? Well, bring your big ass down to Bruh's Barbecue, 15837 South Crenshaw Boulevard. That's right off Manchester. Bruh's Barbecue tastes so good, make you want to slap your mama. Don't it, Willie? Yeah, boy. Hey, mama, what the hell you want with? Number one location, so it's near you.
That's what I think about every time y'all talk about that chicken shack. My chat's jumping too. Bring your big ass down. Oh, Lord. My feeling tells me she will be helped by other inmates. She will learn there. Yeah. Liddy. Yeah, probably. Oh, goodness. Well, I think the interview is pretty short, so I can pull that up real quick while I'm going to put Court TV on my phone, and we'll go to the interview he did about why Megan didn't testify. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Hold on just a minute. I've got it on my phone, so if they fix their issues, we'll be right back. Court TV is doing a poll, and y'all can answer it in the chat. It says sentencing phase. Jury to recommend life with or without possibility of parole. What do you think? With possibility of parole at age 60 or without parole life? Do y'all think she deserves to get out at age 60, or do you think that she needs to be there for all of her life, the rest of her life? All right, this is the clip. Thank you. I think it was Gray Moon that sent me this. Gray, I think that's her name. Gray sent me this. I think of Gray when trying to recall. Let me make it.
Megan Boswell, the only person who faces any.
All right. So this is why her defense attorney said she didn't testify. I think this was last night they put it out.
Thank you, Alex. Jurors have began deliberation in the murder trial of Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell, the only person who faces any charges in the death of her baby daughter, Evelyn. Those charges include first-degree murder and felony murder. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel joins us now live from Sullivan County with defense attorney Gene Scott. Ansley?
Yeah, Casey, I'm standing by here with Megan Boswell's attorney, Gene Scott. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us right now.
Glad to.
Well, first off, this morning, a lot of folks were curious as to whether or not Megan Boswell was going to take the stand herself. Talk to me a little bit about why she did not.
We gave it a lot of thought and are at one point leaning toward doing it, but after the medical examiners testified yesterday, I don't feel the state's proved their case, at least as the cause of death. We don't feel it was necessary.
And I know that right now jurors are deliberating. So talk to me a little bit about what you hope they're really considering right now and really mulling over inside that jury room.
I hope they're considering all the evidence, but in particular, I hope they're considering the testimony from the both medical examiners and the fact of the latex gloves found in the trash can with the child that had male DNA on them.
And I know there's been obviously a lot of talk about Hunter Wood here in this. And this morning, prosecutors brought forth a piece of, paper from the state of Virginia that, talked about his involuntary, commitment to the mental institute there. But let's talk a little bit about why you want his name to, be said in this trial.
I don't think the only reason his name come up was because that's what Megan talked to Brian Fraley about in her interview. So that's why his name is in this trial. That's in evidence. And the thing about that interview is she was, they initially charged her with a false report in that count. They dismissed that count. And so it's our position that her interview with the TBI was truthful.
And let's talk a little bit about that. I know that you did raise a question in the beginning about why she said, that night she gave them that confession, if you will, but they didn't go to the property until a couple of days later.
I don't have an answer to that. I know they had searched the property on the 23rd with cadaver dogs, and maybe that's why they didn't think it was fruitful.
I mean, because she would lied. Every time she opened her mouth, she lied. They didn't believe her.
And I know that a lot of folks have been having their eyes on this trial. Talk to me a little bit about what you want people at home to know.
I just want people at home to know that maybe Megan has been painted with the wrong brush. The girl that's sitting in there beside me in the courtroom, she's not the girl that you're seeing on the videos from 5 years ago.
And what do you want people to know about who she is today?
I think she's a nice young woman. I hope she has a full life ahead of her.
All right. Well, Gene Scott, thank you so much. And again, we expect jurors to be deliberating for quite some time as they're mulling over these 19 charges here in Blountville. We're not sure exactly what time they'll call it tonight. If they do, we are expecting them again, like I said, to continue to mull over this. And of course, we'll continue to keep you updated on air and online. Casey, back to you.
Ansley Daniel.
So that was before we knew that she was guilty on all counts. Well, I'll play the end of this. They're still not back on court TV.
Reporting live for us from outside the Sullivan County Courthouse as we continue to track deliberations, and we will do so as they happen and bring you the verdict on air and online on WJHL.com as soon as it becomes available.
So everybody, Law and Crime Network and Court TV are all like black or, doing their cover thing.
Mother on trial for killing her daughter's side day full of forensic.
So we'll go back to the closing arguments for now, and I'm keeping an eye for when they come back. Oh, I just deleted it. If you want to go outside, you need to put some appropriate clothes on and brush your hair, please, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Where were we at? Where's the one we were watching? This one. Okay.
And she continues to send pictures, but if you remember, Agent Durant he's a smart guy. And so he was able to check her full Facebook extraction. And so she continued to send pictures to Ethan, but they weren't recent pictures. It was just another way that she could try to keep this facade going just as long as she could. Mr. Scott wants you to believe that Megan Boswell had a rough life. She was in foster care. But Megan Boswell was in foster care because of Megan Boswell. Because she would not go to school. She went to foster care because she was truant. And when she left foster care, she went and lived with her dad. Of course, Evelyn was a baby at this point. I think the testimony was from February to March of 2019. And then her dad said, I'm going to get her a trailer, set her up. He bought her a brand new car, buys her a trailer. He's giving her everything she needs to raise this child. And she goes and lives with her mommy, her grandmother, from April until October of 2019. And then finally into the trailer from October to December. I think it's fair to say that she did not live in that trailer with Evelyn for very long.
So Hard to See says, what's the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath? The kindergarten version. Well, I got something better than that. Let's ask Google. Hold on, let me see if I can say it, because trying to spell them words is going to kill me. What's the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath? Okay. So it says, while both terms are often used interchangeably, a psychopath is generally considered to be more calculating and manipulative, often presenting a charming facade to conceal their lack of empathy, while a sociopath tends to be more impulsive, erratic, and prone to violent outbursts, often reacting poorly to situations due to a limited ability to control their emotions. Both fall under the umbrella of antisocial personality disorder, or ASPD, in the medical field, but the key difference lies in their level of planning and emotional control, with psychopaths appearing more, quote, normal, unquote, on the surface, while sociopaths may exhibit more overt signs of anger and aggression. Key points to remember is psychopath is more calculated, manipulative, charming, able to blend into society well, often with a planned approach to harmful actions. And a sociopath is more impulsive, prone to outbursts of anger, struggles to maintain stable relationships, may act out without careful planning. So that broke it down. That was a good question. Thank you for asking. I had to take my background down because I thought it might be interfering and making the video glitchy. Hold on, I'll pull back up closing arguments. There's still nothing going on Court TV or Law and Law and Order. Dun dun dun. Law and Crime.
But in that short period of time, this is what she was able to do to that trailer. Can we look at that for a second? That's what she had her child living in. If that's not neglect, she does this in 2 months.
Good God, she was only there 2 months?
Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you to look at these pictures when you go back in the jury room.
Girl.
That, in 2 months, is what...
And if that looks like that, you know her diaper rash was so damn bad that there was blisters on that child's ass from where she's sitting in the acids of her own excrement and waste, that it's for so long that it burns her skin. Of course, her house is going to look like that. Good Lord.
The defendant was able to do to the home her dad provided for her and her child.
I'll tell you a story real quick. One of my son who had colic, he was so bad. I used to hold him and cry because he would cry and I would cry and we'd both be crying because I couldn't get him to feel better. But he got diaper rash and I put A&D ointment on it, and the A&D ointment made it worse. So I got the Desitin and I put that on it and it made it worse because I guess there was too much moisture or something. And it got so bad that I cried, but it wasn't even that bad. It just, I could see that it was red and it hurt him. And it seemed like everything I put on him, I even tried the A&D ointment. I tried the Desitin. I tried some organic stuff. Like every bit of it was not doing anything and it was getting worse. And then I put on just plain regular cornstarch and it finally went away. But I cried because my baby's diaper rash was getting worse because I was trying to fix it and the diaper rash cream stuff wasn't working. And I cried about it because I was worried that it was hurting him. Meanwhile, you got this woman over here just letting him sit in it. I cannot. It is. The urine is so acidic that if they sit there in it, it'll burn them. Hey, Jennifer. See, Miss Holmes said the same thing happened to my oldest when he was a baby. Yeah, isn't it crazy? Like all these diaper rash creams are supposed to help. Get you some just plain cornstarch. My mama got me a big, like, silver salt and pepper shaker, and it was huge. It had holes in it and everything, and I could just, that's what I had it on my little diaper changing table.
And within 2 months, Evelyn was dead. And I stated there are, maybe it's just my opinion, there are a lot of victims in this case. Bailey Hawkins, her very best friend.
Jennifer, I just had a second to read what you said. I'm so sorry you're going through that. I hope you feel better, sweetheart, and I hope you get your antibiotic if that's what you need. I was going to ask you, you're referencing some Spanish stuff. It's called Vitistinella. You know, I've noticed, and I'm not trying to, I don't mean to sound weird, but like I've noticed that a lot of Spanish stuff works better than anything we have. So I'm always looking for stuff like that. I don't know. I need to know what kind of laundry detergent they use because it smells so good. And I don't know what it is. Like there's a certain smell. When I go to the laundromat, I smell it. And when people walk by that are Spanish, I smell their clothes and it smells so good. And I can never figure out what it is, but it's a very distinct smell. And I love that smell. And I want my clothes to smell like that. And I can't ever figure out what it is.
You see how difficult it was for Bailey to testify? To look at someone that she trusted.
It's not Fabuloso. It's some kind of laundry detergent they use. Is that what it is? Suavitel fabric softener. Is that what it is? It might be. It's Ariel. Hey, Chaz. Good to see you, love. Suavitel. Let me write that down because y'all, I'm telling you, it smells so good. Like it smells so good. Suavitel. Okay. I'm going to get some of that. Foca, is that bar soap? Because I got some of that trying to make it smell good too. And I was like shaving it off. And because I do laundry a very traditional way. And I was shaving it off and putting it in the water. The bar soap. I'll look. Okay. I'll definitely look into both of those. Thank you guys.
That she loved. Audrey Gibbs, same thing.
Okay.
They are also victims of Megan Boswell. And they will also suffer for the rest of their lives because of what Megan Boswell, the web that she created for them all to get caught in.
Yeah, but bring them back. Good morning,
Erica Stacy, who cared about Megan and Evelyn so much, is a victim. Gail Kite, the foster mother, she's a victim. Ethan Perry, who's serving his country, doing absolutely nothing other than his job, gets pulled up into Megan Boswell's web.
Hold on,
because Megan Boswell is only worried about Megan Boswell.
All right, I wanted to stop us at a good point. They're showing the court inside the courtroom right now, so I don't know if they're back. We'll watch it and see. No. Maybe not. Law and Crime is showing inside the courtroom, but nothing's going on. Let me pull up Court TV. Hold on just a minute. Did they stop their coverage? What on earth, y'all? Hold on. Okay, it looks like they stopped covering it. Okay, Law and Crime is just showing the inside of the courtroom. Nothing's going on. Okay, how do I have this on my phone? Oh no, it went to a different trial. Okay. Never mind. All right, let's go back to closing arguments. I don't know how it flipped to a completely different trial. I'll keep a lookout for the update on Megan. I apologize about that, y'all. But we'll get right back into it. Court TV showed 3 jurors. Oh my God.
And I'll submit to you that Hunter Wood, the person that they would like to blame somehow, is also a victim of Megan Boswell. Heard Megan Boswell
hold on.
admit that she knew Evelyn was dead.
I think we were at 19. I apologize. We'll go back to here.
Erica Stacy, who cared about Megan and Evelyn so much, is a victim. Gail Kite, the foster mother, she's a victim.
So evidently, from what y'all are telling me, Court TV showed 3 jurors, so the judge stopped the live stream. So then maybe I'll keep an eye out for them to come back, but the judge might not let them live stream it again today. But either way, we need to do closing arguments. I will put out the stream from yesterday. I just need to get it edited, and I've been working on a lot of other things. So I will get that edited and put out today, and we'll go ahead and do closing arguments because my internet was cutting out so bad yesterday that we were not able to watch closing arguments. So we'll watch closing arguments and see if anything happens while we're watching the closing arguments. Yeah, we do need to say a prayer for Hunter because from what I've heard, his mental stuff got worse after he found out that the baby had been murdered. And he's a victim in all of this, just like Ethan Perry is and all of the other people that were caught in Megan's web, as the prosecutor so eloquently just said. So make sure you keep them in your prayers today. Yeah, Court TV. Got to sit in the naughty corner. I do.
Ethan Perry, who's serving his country, doing absolutely nothing other than his job, gets pulled up into Megan Boswell's web because Megan Boswell is only worried about Megan Boswell. And I'll submit to you that Hunter Wood, the person that they would like to blame somehow, is also a victim of Megan Boswell. She starts with first blaming.
I use borax too. I have to use borax and the powder Tide, talking about laundry. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you, Jenny, for saying that. If y'all don't mind, please hit the thumbs up, and I appreciate y'all.
Ethan Perry, she does that for a few days. And when she quickly realizes, gosh, law enforcement can figure out that I'm not telling the truth here, I guess I better tell something different. Then she goes to her mom. She blames her mom, her own mother. She's willing to blame all the time knowing. I mean, we know, let's find the picture. We know where Evelyn was. You see Evelyn? That's where Evelyn was. There she is. Evelyn Boswell sat there in that trash can for 2.5 months. And her mom discarded her, not just Evelyn, but everything that was associated with Evelyn. Everything. because she didn't need it anymore. Everything. She didn't need that stroller anymore, so she left it behind. She didn't need the clothing. Do you remember all the pictures that came in and all of that stuff that was in that shed? Because she didn't need it anymore, because she knew where Evelyn was. The defense wants you to believe that Hunter Wood is the one that backed Megan's car up to that shed in the middle of the day. In the middle of the day, Hunter's just going to go over there. He has a truck. The testimony was that Hunter had a big truck. Now, why in the world, if he had a truck, I mean, this clearly took more than one trip. I guarantee you. Look at all this stuff. They want you to believe that Hunter Wood backed Megan Boswell's car up to that shed that day. Tommy came home. It was in the middle of the day. Where's the diagram? Do you remember the diagram of the scene? Look at this diagram. They somehow want you to believe that Hunter Wood pulls up this driveway and comes to this shed right here, right in front of Omani's house. Tommy's house up on the hill in the middle of the day. Is that reasonable? What is reasonable? How about that Megan Boswell is the one who drove her own vehicle, the vehicle her dad bought for her, up to that shed, because Megan Boswell is the one who had a key fob. Remember, there's a gate there that only opens with a key fob. That's the only way a car is coming through that driveway. And Megan Boswell lived there. You just heard that she lived at her dad's house and at Omani's house. And so they're not going to be surprised if Megan Boswell is on the property. She's the one who dumped Evelyn's property there. She's the one who took the trash can there. Not Hunter, not anyone else. It's Megan Boswell. Do you remember there was more than one text message? And of course, keep in mind the whole time these text messages are coming through, that's where Evelyn is, okay? Just think about that for a second. I'm not going to take the time to go through these because you can do that. You can take all of this back with you into the jury room. I encourage you to go back and read all of these text messages and remember the dates that we've talked about. But while Evelyn Boswell is sitting in this trash can and people are asking Megan, how's Evelyn? What does Megan say more than once? Mean as fuck. First of all, she's a 12-month-old child. And every other witness said that she was a lovely child to be around. And it's not a very nice statement to begin with, but it's definitely not a very nice statement when your kid is shoved down into a trash can upside down. And you know that. Agent Fraley was on the stand and you heard Megan Boswell admit that she knew Evelyn was dead. She was telling all of those stories to law enforcement. And she told more than one person, Evelyn's mean as fuck. And when Agent Grass asked her about it, she goes, what's your point? What's your point? And that's an interview with Agent Grass that you can also go back and watch if you'd like to do that.
Hey, Rachel.
So we saw the defendant enjoyed crying during this trial because she has an audience and she really enjoys that. But did we see her crying any other time? Did we see her crying from the witnesses on the witness stand and what they told us about her? Did we see her crying in the evidence that came in? No, Megan wasn't crying. Do you think she was crying when she filled out this apartment application with Hunter Wood, where they list 3 occupants are going to live in the apartment? And at first glance, we're like, oh, Megan, Hunter, and Evelyn. But that's not what the defendant told David Gratz. Do you remember what she told him? She said the third occupant is the baby she's pregnant with because Hunter doesn't want Evelyn to live with him. Of course, we could also look at the date on that application, January 4th of 2020. And we also know another reason that Evelyn would not be living with them. Was Megan crying here? In 2020, when she posts on Instagram, so excited for our new home. Think Megan was crying when she posted that? To me, it looks like maybe Megan's just moving on with her life. As if Evelyn never even existed. What about here? Also posted in 2020. Keep in mind, Evelyn's still upside down in a trash can because Megan's not told anyone where she is. She's still spinning her lies. Do you think she sat here when she's picking out furniture?
Hey, Titanium, I am. I saw that you just came in. We started live when the verdict came in for anybody coming in. We reacted to the verdict live. We heard the witness impact statements. We watched the defense attorney state why she didn't testify. I'm watching now on my phone for the jury to come back with sentencing, but they cut the feed because evidently Court TV showed 3 jurors. So we're going over closing arguments because my internet was real bad yesterday and I was not able to get stream closing arguments yesterday. So we're doing that now for anybody coming in, and I appreciate y'all being here. Miss Holmes, I will promote your channel. I got to promote somebody else too. I fell asleep last night. I use the Tide powder and borax. That's what I usually use, but there's red mud here, so I can never get the kids' clothes all the way clean. If there's a bad stain or like oil splashes up from where I'm frying French fries or something, I'll use Dawn dish soap and scrub it in.
For their new house? But she's sad today. She has the gall to sit here and cry today and pretend she can't look at the pictures of what she did to her child. What about this one? Proud of my baby. New 2020 High Country. Was she sad then? What about in December? Weeks after Evelyn has been brutally murdered. What is Megan Boswell doing? Does she look, maybe we should zoom in. Does she look sad here? Maybe she is. Sure doesn't look like it. Her kid's upside down in a trash can. She's going to the aquarium with her new boyfriend. What about here? She doesn't look very sad to me. Hiking in Blowing Rock in 2020. No Evelyn. Evelyn's missing. Still missing at this time. There's Megan hiking with her new boyfriend, moving on with her life.
Hey, Veronica.
Not crying.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Titanium. I will get yesterday's live out. I need to edit out all the parts where I fell off and was standing outside to try to reconnect.
Maybe Megan Boswell didn't have an end game. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe she hoped that Evelyn would never be found. But she had to know at some point these stories were going to catch up with her. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm asking you today, 5 years later, February 2025, to show Megan Boswell that her stories have caught up with her. The evidence shows the defendant. This person is the only person responsible for her child being dead. You heard it straight from Dr. Malushnik. Evelyn shouldn't be dead. Evelyn should not be dead. I believe the defense brought up SIDS, reflux, rollover.
I make my own shampoo and conditioner bars. Sometimes, right now, we've used some of the store-bought stuff that I got that was really cheap, but usually I make my own soaps and shampoos. I'll have to make a video on how I do my soaps and things because I use all organic ingredients except for obviously the lye.
I believe they even brought up a tongue tie as being a possible cause of death for Evelyn. How does that result? Any of those things? You know, he said in the beginning, the state can't even prove how she died. Are you kidding me? How does that end up with a baby in a trash can? The DNA. Let's talk about the DNA for a second. You've got the gloves that are in the trash can.
Is proving the aggravated statutory aggravating factor that we alleged. And as General Massengill told you, that was simply related to the
I was muted. I was saying, hold on just a minute. We have this. Thank you, Hio, for sending me this.
age of the child as well as the age of Miss Boswell. And clearly through her birth certificate, we have proven that aggravating factor. So then your job will be to weigh the mitigating factors that the defense has put on for you against that aggravating factor, which we have met our burden of proving. Mr. Horns asked you to end this case on the right note, and they would agree. You should end this case on the right note.
This is live.
And you should show Megan Boswell the same compassion and grace that she showed Evelyn. Evelyn wasn't shown any compassion. She wasn't shown any grace. You know, the one person that Evelyn should have been able to rely on to protect her, keep her safe, abandoned her, discarded her. She doesn't deserve your passion, your grace.
Make sure y'all check out True Crime Addict. I shared her the other night. She's awesome.
State asks that you weigh the aggravating factor that we've proven in this case. The fact that Evelyn Boswell, at the time she was dumped in a trash can, wasn't even 13 months old, never had a chance. We ask that you return a verdict we've requested of life without parole.
Thank you, General. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've got another set of instructions I've got to read to you. In the criminal court for Sullivan County, Tennessee at Blumville, State of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell, defendant. Case S72869. Jury instructions. Fixing punishment of life imprisonment or life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Members of the jury, you have now found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree murder in the perpetration of first-degree murder as charged in the first count, and first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony as charged in the second and third counts of presentment number S72869. It is now your duty to determine, within the limits prescribed by law, the penalty which shall be imposed as punishment for these offenses. Tennessee law provides that a person convicted of first-degree murder and first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony shall be punished by imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or by imprisonment for life. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life shall not be eligible for release until the defendant has served at least 51 full calendar years of such sentence. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. In arriving at this determination, you are authorized to weigh and consider any of the statutory aggravating circumstances proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and any mitigating circumstances which may have been risen by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt finding phase or sentencing phase or both. The jury is the sole judge of the facts and of the law as it applies to the facts in this case. In arriving at your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts, that the court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judges of the law as well as the facts under the direction of the court. The burden of proof is upon the state to prove any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of your verdict. Absolute certainty is not demanded by law, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the verdict. The law makes you, the jury, the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the evidence. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness during the sentencing hearing, but you shall place no significance on this fact. The burden is on the state to prove any aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. She is not required to take the stand in her own behalf, and her election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against her, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Statutory aggravating circumstances. Tennessee law provides that no sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury, but upon a unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of one or more of the statutory aggravating circumstances, which shall be limited to the following. 1, the murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. TCA 39-13-204I1. Members of the jury, the court has read to you the aggravating circumstance which the law requires you to consider if you find proved beyond a reasonable doubt. You shall not consider any other facts or circumstances as an aggravating circumstance in deciding whether imprisonment for life without possibility of parole
What just happened? Don't do this to me. Don't you do this to me. Oh my God. What is going on? Did they cut their feed too?
Hello, my name is Rachel Wolf, an attorney.
Lord have mercy. Well, dang it. Let's see.
You shall consider any aspect of the defendant's character or record, or any aspect of the circumstances of the offense favorable to the defendant which is supported by the evidence. The defendant does not have the burden of proving a mitigating circumstance. There is no requirement of jury unanimity as to any particular mitigating circumstance, or that you agree on the same mitigating circumstance. Verdict: life imprisonment or life imprisonment without possibility of parole. If you do not unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, the sentence shall be life imprisonment. You will write your verdict on the enclosed form attached hereto and made part of this charge. The verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the punishment shall be life imprisonment. If you unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall, in your considered discretion, sentence the defendant either to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or to imprisonment for life.
In choosing between the sentences of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole and imprisonment for life, you shall weigh and consider the statutory aggravating circumstances or circumstance proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt and any mitigating circumstance or circumstances. In your verdict, you shall reduce to writing the statutory aggravating circumstance so found, and you shall return your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made part of this charge. The verdict should be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Here lists the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances found. You shall then indicate on the enclosed verdict form either we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole, or we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. The verdict must be unanimous and signed by each juror. I've got verdict forms for you. Okay. I have verdict forms for you, and I will read those. Verdict form, count 1. Punishment of imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously determined that no statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. We, the jury, therefore find that the sentence shall be imprisonment for life. Signature line, jury foreperson, signature line for each juror to sign. A date with a line. Verdict form, count 1, continue. Punishment of imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole or imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proven the following statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Check the box of any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances you find beyond a reasonable doubt. Check box. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. Below, check one box only. Check box. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole, or check box. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. Signature line, jury foreperson, signature line for each juror. Date, signature, blank. And the same exact form verbatim for counts 2 and count 3. Take the case, consider all the evidence fairly and impartially. Complete one of the 2 forms for each count. And report your verdict to the court. Go with the officers.
Everyone stand, please.
Okay, so I guess that was the instructions, and they're going to decide on what sentence to give. But I'll keep watching this to see what I'll keep this up on my phone even if we go to closing arguments again.
You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, jury's out at 12:09 p.m. to consider sentencing. This court will be in recess, waiting the verdict of the jury.
All right.
Court stands in recess.
I'm going to keep this on my phone and keep a close eye on it while we go back to the sentencing. The closing arguments.
Is the state called?
Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can do it this way. All right, let me pull this up so I can keep a close eye. And we will know when they come back. Hold on just a minute. Is that what we just watched, I think? Okay. Let me go back.
or in the trash can.
All right, so we're going back to closing arguments, and I have got I've got it on my phone. I'm watching for the jury to come back now. He has said, "Yay, we can go to the playground." Pamela Moss, yes, she's guilty on all counts. Yeah, probably 130, 145. Okay, on the laptop, so much easier to chat this way and say hello to my friends. How are you? I'm finally free and joining the world again. I'm sorry you were sick, sweetheart. I hope you feel better. Yeah. Carolina said, family friends referring to her bully attorney Scott throwing your baby upside down alive in a trash can and walking away is not a mistake. It's a choice and a decision she made. Absolutely. I agree 100%. Excuse me. He said, so while the grandma was walking, he panned out and showed the jury, and that's why they were yanked out. Camera person facing contempt and 10 days in jail. Oh, I bet he's scared shitless. Poor cameraman probably ain't never been in jail. Hey, Angela. You be safe driving.
And the defense somehow wants you to believe that gloves will keep fingerprints from happening. And then I guess whoever did that then took the gloves off, cut them up because they're cut up in small pieces and you can look at them when you get back there, and then dispose of them in the same trash can that the baby's in. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And funny enough, guess what is there? Is DNA that matches Megan Boswell, that matches Evelyn. Go back through the testimony. There's not one piece of DNA, not one, that shows anyone, not Hunter Wood, not anyone else other than Megan Boswell is associated with that trash can, the evidence in the trash bags. And you heard Marla Gray, the DNA expert, talk about the mixture DNA on some pillows that were found in the shed. And you also heard her say that that could even be from the person who made them in the factory, or it could be from the person who touched the pillow at Walmart when they were trying to decide if they were going to buy it. It wasn't even enough DNA to test.
I don't think it was from that, though. I do question the DNA on the pillow. Hey, Screaming Daisies. Hey, everybody coming in. Zan said there was a warning to the cameraman earlier in the trial for the same thing. Sheesh. Yep. We were streaming live that day when they warned him.
So don't be led to believe that because of that, there's some unknown stranger who did these things. Look at the evidence. Look at the evidence that's in front of you. We have evidence. We have shown you the evidence. Don't think about the speculation. Don't think about the what ifs. Look at the evidence. Some really, really good. If I could, can I see the trash can for just a second, please? Thank you. Whose fingerprints were on the trash can? Do you remember what Agent Hoover said from the TBI yesterday? Of course, he's removed the rim. We talked about how it's smooth under the rim. If you're going to carry a trash can, how do you pick it up to carry it under the rim? Whose fingerprints were under that rim? Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell's fingerprints were under that rim. If we look at Exhibit 17, can you see the black trash bag there? Whose fingerprints are on that trash bag?
Thank you, Jenny, for coming in. Yeah, I'm agreeing with y'all. That cameraman's going to be in some deep crap. Like he's probably going to be unemployed. Lil Red said, dang, these camera people need to be careful. We want to see these trials live streamed. They need to follow the rules. Yeah, you cannot show the jury. Like that will mess up the whole trial, and the judge is not having it. What is the last test news? Sorry, I'm having a lot of phone calls and can't keep up. You're good, Veronica. he gave the jury instructions and they're out deliberating to figure out what her sentence is going to be. And I've got it on my phone, so I'm watching for them to come back. He's in jail. And hey, Perf, yeah, I saw the judge warned him twice, but I'm not sure that I didn't know that he actually sent him to jail. Yeah, we're waiting on the jury to come back and give their sentencing. We've been going back and forth between what's going on. Now we're going over closing arguments because I was having technical issues. Okay. I don't know if he's in jail yet, but I know he was warned twice. It wouldn't surprise me if the judge put him in jail. I don't know.
Megan Boswell's fingerprints. And you heard Dr. Malushnik say, and I think you can see for yourself, that trash bag's not just gently placed down into the trash can. It has been forcefully, and it's a hard image. It's a very difficult image to think about. But that's the evidence that we've been left with, that black trash bag was placed on top of Evelyn in the white trash bag, and it was forcefully pushed down. Compressed, I think, is a word that was used during the trial. And that's how Megan Boswell's fingerprints ended up on that black trash bag. Even more damning than that is the fact that Megan Boswell's fingerprints are on the foil wrapped around Evelyn's head. I would love to know a different explanation for how Megan Boswell's fingerprints got on that foil, on that trash can, on the black trash bag, except for the fact that she murdered her baby. She put her in that trash can with food trash and debris, covered her body, essentially mummified her, and tossed her away, literally, with the trash. Mr. Scott would like for you to think that the doctor's testimony, just that they shouldn't be able to just decide things in a vacuum. He kept mentioning, well, what if the child's dead on a table? And I think we all know that is not how doctors operate. Doctors operate off of medical histories and any information they can get. And that's what both doctors did in this case. They took everything, her birth records, her pediatric records, the scene itself, before they came to their conclusion. They don't operate in a vacuum. I think those were the words that Dr. Malushnik used, is they do not operate in a vacuum. And they determined what? Both doctors agree that this was a violent homicide and that Evelyn Boswell died from some sort of asphyxiation. So, suffocation, I guess, is the easiest way to say it. So, if it was not for, say, the position of her body upside down in the trash can, that could have killed her. We'll say it wasn't that. Then maybe it was the blanket that was pulled up over. Remember that? How it was tightly pulled up over her face. That could have been what it was. Or it could have been upside down in the trash can. Could have also been the trash bag that she was placed inside of, where she was unable to breathe. Could have been the foil that was wrapped around her head. Could have been compressed up against the side of the trash can. And her body was in a reverse S curve to where her head was so far bent back into a reverse S because of how the defendant compressed her body down into the trash can. Forcefully compressed her body down to the trash can.
Okay, I started a poll. I'm going to have to close out of it because, as you can see, it's making my computer glitchy, but there should be a poll up now about what do you think that she'll get. There is a yes or no thing. I don't know how to take the yes or no out, but y'all can vote on the poll on if you think she'll get life with parole or life without parole, and I'll check it later in the replay and see what y'all are really, see what y'all say. Hey, Tracy.
Her head and neck were wrapped so tightly with foil that even when they removed the foil, you could still see the impression of the foil on her face. You could still see the trash can form still to her face. Quickly, I'm going to ask you to go to your verdict form page. And it's going to be probably at the very end of your packet. Page 50 is where it starts. So these verdict forms, I'm going to show you one example. Okay. So you'll see here, this is just for count 1, and I'm just giving it as an example. We, the jury, find the defendant and mark the appropriate box. So if you go back in the jury room and you agree as a whole that Megan Boswell is guilty of first-degree murder, you do not need to consider anything below that. Those are what we call lesser included offenses, and we're required by law to put those on the verdict form for you to consider. But if you unanimously agree that Megan Boswell is guilty of first-degree murder, you can check that box and move on. You are not required to go through every single one of those if you believe that she is guilty of what she's charged with in that count. And if you go through these, you will see that each count of the indictment is similar. There are lesser included offenses for each one of these. And again, I will ask you that if you can unanimously agree, you do not need to go any further on that verdict form. The state has to prove several elements for each charge, and those are also in your packet. Count 1 is premeditated first-degree murder, that the defendant unlawfully killed the victim, that the defendant acted intentionally, and that the killing was premeditated. The next page defines premeditation for you as an act that was done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. It means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. So that means essentially when Megan Boswell wrapped Evelyn in the blanket, and you think, well, maybe she didn't have premeditation then. She could have formed premeditation in the time where she applied the foil, or premeditation in the time that she put her in that trash bag, or premeditation in the time that she pushed the next trash bag on top of her body. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, there's nothing about this case that is not premeditated. Count 2 and count 3 are what we call felony murder in the state of Tennessee. That's where we allege that a murder happened during a certain felony. And these felonies are aggravated child abuse and aggravated child neglect. Again, those go hand in hand with premeditated first-degree murder. We submit to you that not only did the defendant abuse the child, but that she neglected the child. And one of the perfect examples is how she left her in the trash can. That's neglect. Leaving her in the trash can, that's abuse. And it resulted in her death, which is
She definitely neglected that child.
felony murder. And we have to prove that the child is under the age of 8. There are many counts of false report. Page 29, I think, is where it starts. And it's counts, I believe, 7 through 17. The state must prove that the statement was made by the defendant, that it was made in response to a legitimate inquiry by law enforcement, and that it concerned a material fact about the incident within the officer's concern. And if you remember, the defendant herself admits more than once that what she told the police was not true. So I submit that the state has proven each of those counts. Count 19, abuse of a corpse, page 30. The state must prove that the defendant mistreated a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, that she acted without legal privilege and acted knowingly. And I think that count speaks for itself, along with count 20, which is failure to report a death. A lot about this case really has been more about Megan Boswell than about this child, Evelyn. But Evelyn mattered. She deserved to grow up. She deserved that, but her mom took that away from her. And there's no evidence that anyone else was involved. I think you can see this was a pretty good investigation. It was very thorough, and the evidence continued to point in only one direction. The evidence only pointed at one person, Megan Boswell. She failed her daughter. She had the chance to keep her safe, to protect her, to give her to someone else if she couldn't handle her. You heard from the witnessing, there were people that she could have given Evelyn to that would have given her a beautiful life. But instead, she violently murdered her daughter. And she told story after story after story for 2.5 months. And maybe the worst part is that she just went on with her life as if Evelyn had never even existed. But Evelyn did exist. Evelyn is a real person. And Megan Boswell should not be able to go on as if Evelyn did not exist. There are things we will never know about what happened. None of us will ever know everything. I think it's fair to say that we do know that Evelyn was in the way. She was in the way of Megan Boswell living the life that she thought she deserved, that she wanted to live. So Megan removed.
True Crime Addict told me that the cameraman evidently has a hearing on March 7th. So that's when the judge will decide whether or not to put him in jail. That's interesting. Hio said, my question is, how does the 17-year-old let herself get matted with lice so bad she can't take care of herself to get them out, and someone laid up with her with that going on? Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. She was really immature, and that's the only thing I could think of. At 17, I would have done something. I don't know about, I think that they said that there was some kind of essay as far as how she got pregnant. So I don't know about that. But like the whole lice thing at 17, I mean, you could figure something out, I would think. My goodness.
Removed her. It's as simple as that. So today, 5 years later, almost 5 years to the day that Evelyn was reported missing, we are going to ask that you hold Megan Boswell accountable for what she did for her child. And submit to you, the state has proven every count and every element of every count beyond reasonable doubt. And we are going to ask that you return a verdict of guilty.
Thank you, General. Mr. Scott, you may close.
The cameraman showed 3 jurors, and that's why all the live feeds were cut. But I'm watching a live feed now, waiting on the sentencing to come in from the jury. I'm watching it on my phone.
Good afternoon. I appreciate y'all's time. Appreciate you being here. Although I know you may not be here by your own free will, but I still appreciate it. This is a hard case. There's a lot of emotion in this case. And Amber Massengill is very good at giving an emotional closing and wanting you to play on your emotions. The jury instructions will tell you that this case is not about your emotions. It's not about sympathy. It's not about anything else. It's about proof and what's in the evidence. That's what this case is about. This case is more about what Megan Boswell didn't do than what she did do. Now, I'll go back through the witnesses here with you in a minute. But the state seems to be putting forth a theory that you should convict her of first-degree murder because she didn't grieve appropriately. She had fun after her child died. Now, is it far-fetched to believe that the child died in the first part of December, like she says? No, that seems to be the point where you see Megan's personality start to change. But I would suggest to you that change occurs when the child dies. You start to hear various friends come in and they talk. I can name them for you. Let's talk about Casey Saltz. She worked at Megan's pediatrician. And she was also technically would have been Megan's foster sister, I guess. She was the daughter of Megan's foster mother. And she talked about Megan being a good mother. She acknowledged that. She witnessed that. Megan brought her to the doctor. You have an exhibit in the records. It's item 67. It came in through the pediatrician. Read that page for page. It demonstrates that Megan was a good mother to Evelyn. She took her to the doctor for well check. She took her to the doctor when she was sick. She got medicine for her. She did what she should do. And then she misses that appointment in December. And that's when this starts. And I would submit to you, when all of this really starts, the child is dead. Now, we hear from other witnesses. We hear from Paul Miller. That is Ethan Perry's grandfather. He had no reason to believe that she wasn't a good mother. Seemed like she liked being a mom. Saw no signs of abuse or neglect. We heard from Audrey Gibbs. She had been with Megan almost every day up until she moved to Knoxville in 2019. She describes Megan as a good mom. There were a few things. There was once where she had to thought her diaper needed to be changed. Once where they neglected to buckle the car seat. But those are mistakes. That's not child neglect. That's not child abuse. Those are mistakes. Audrey talks about Megan coming to Knoxville at the end of December sometime, and by that point she acts disassociated. She's not normal. She's saying "I love you" over and over again to her. So again, maybe she's not grieving right. Bailey Hawkins stayed at the Econo Lodge with Megan. Megan just went to sleep, despite Bailey thought they might do things, they might talk or whatever they might do. But she just went to sleep. Again, I would suggest to you she's disassociated. Bailey saw no signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. Mr. Horn questioned her. She described Evelyn as the one consistent love that Megan had. And Megan is a girl who comes from a world of fractured relationships. Miss Massengill wants to downplay Megan's home life. Matt Price did. There's a video in there. He talks about it. He talks about, I mean no disrespect, but I know that Boswell family. I'm aware of them. I know how you come up. Your mom and daddy using drugs. I mean, you want to talk about a home life? Watch the video with Agent Fraley. Her mom was laid in there in stripes, a jail uniform. What kind of home life was that? And then we get to Caitlin Jones Carter, who you can make what you want of her testimony. Her body language tells me she's no longer Megan's friend. However, she described, aside from the one day when she saw Evelyn as dirty, that Megan had been a good mother. No signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. She said she saw Evelyn sometime in December. She tried to tie it to her school, but she really couldn't give us a specific date. So I think the best you can say is that it's sometime in December. Gail Kite. Let's talk about her, Megan's foster mom. She gets Megan when Megan comes into her foster care. Megan's 7 months pregnant. She's 17 years old. Gail describes her as looking like she's not pregnant, as being underweight. We know from the medical records and the testimony that come in from Dr. Smith, Megan suffered from intrauterine growth restriction at that time. We've heard that. So that's the shape she's in. But Gail talks about how she gets her in good shape. She has the baby. She's a loving mother. She takes care of the baby. Gail never saw.
Veronica said if she was his daughter, would he still be saying the same? Right. I agree. Good question. He's a very good lawyer, but then he's a very good defense attorney. He defended her really well, but I mean, what she did is unforgivable. Doc Bones said if Megan loved her, why did she commit homicide on her? She said Evelyn was mean as F. Makes no sense. Right. The jurors should be entitled to at least 23 therapy sessions. I agree. And then Tracy said, oh, one thing moms in prison hate most is a mom who hurt and unalived their baby. Lots of moms in prisons love and care. Maternal instinct will kick in. Yep. There's a lot to say about
Never saw abuse, never had saw neglect, never had any doubts about Megan. Erica Stacy, and that's the mother of Megan's ex-boyfriend, and I think his name is, can't remember his name honestly, but it's the mother of his ex-boyfriend. She described Megan as a good mother. Evelyn was always clean. And I'll point something out to you. The state wants you to believe that Megan just meets Hunter Wood and throws this child away for him. She didn't do that for, I think it's Caleb Stacy. She didn't do that for Caleb. There were other boyfriends. Now there's talk about, a lot of talk about Ethan Perry thinking he was the father. Well, the proof you've actually seen is they go about as Ethan is the father. And there's been no proof that Megan knew that he wasn't the father at that point. I'm not trying to, I mean, it just happens that sometimes people may think one person's the father and they're not. But calling him out of anything or anything else. Like, it's not like this didn't start early on that she thought Ethan was the father. She obviously thought a lot of Ethan. She drove to Texas, took Evelyn to see him. Now, he did say one thing that kind of struck me a little odd. He acted as though she just showed up in Texas. I suspect, and he finally admitted on cross-examination, that he told her where he was in Texas. You just don't hop in the car and drive to Texas and say, I'll drive around El Paso till I see his car in the parking lot and pull in. That's not what happened. I think he kind of wanted you to think that, but that's not what happened. Let's talk about Randy Wood. Randy Wood is the father of Hunter Wood. The state called him. The state is the one who elicited the information about Hunter Wood being hospitalized. That's the first you hear of him being hospitalized.
I was listening, but the kids are being loud too at the same time. So they said the father's name is Eric Smith. Who is Eric Smith to her? And yeah, if that's the case, then who SA'd her?
It's the state. Now, Ms. Massengill wants you to think I have some grand conspiracy theory. I don't. I do have a statement from Megan Boswell when she talks to Agent Fraley about what happened in this case. She says, Hunter was there when Evelyn died. I wrapped her up and I swaddled her. I held her. She kept getting colder as the day went on. I didn't want her to get cold. Hunter took her and he got rid of her. Now, they want you to believe that that's just impossible. Why did Hunter not give his DNA? Ask yourself that. If you have nothing to hide, why wouldn't you just let them test your DNA against all the evidence they had? Turns out they couldn't have tested it, probably. But he didn't give them that chance because he had something to hide. Now, his dad said that he was schizophrenic. I asked him, is he schizophrenic and have hallucinations? He agreed with me on that. He also agreed with me when I asked him if he talked about using an aluminum foil or tin foil. And he says, yeah, he talks about some off-the-wall stuff. Now, ask yourself, who's more likely to wrap that child in tinfoil? The child's mother that has cared for the child, taken care of the child, or the boyfriend who's schizophrenic? And I'm not trying to vilify Hunter Wood. That's not been my intention throughout this trial. But Megan's statement is that one of them rolled over on the bed. The young mother may think that. There could have been other causes. When we get to the causes, I guess we can go ahead and we can talk about Dr. Smith and Dr. Malushny. Now, Dr. Smith, I asked her about several different things. She's the lady who actually performed the autopsy. And she formed an opinion of homicidal death based on the way the child was in the trash can. But she could not tell you a medical basis for the child's death, other than a diagnosis of exclusion. And the diagnosis of exclusion is simply, we don't know what else is wrong with her, so she must have smothered in this trash can. That's what they want, what she said, essentially. Now, I cross-examined her about a lot of things. I asked her about SIDS. And even though the subsequent doctor didn't agree with it, Dr. Malushny, I didn't ask about something that didn't exist. Dr. Smith knew exactly what SIDS was. We talked about it. We talked about the ages, how we don't know what causes it. She answered questions about it. She said, and ultimately, she could not rule that out in this case. Just like she could not say with any degree of certainty that the child was placed in the trash can alive or dead. She couldn't say that. She brought up that the child had a heart valve that leaked. She admitted under cross-examination that that could have been what killed the child. We talked about laryngeal, we talked about laryngeal convulsions. Could that have caused the death of the child? She admitted it could. Now, Ms. Massagill brought up tongue tie. I brought up tongue tie. I brought up GERD. I brought up an infection she had because all of those things can lead to the onset of SIDS. That's the research, and Dr. Smith agreed with that. Now, I want to tell you something about Dr. Smith and Dr. Malushny. I think Dr. Smith she was the medical examiner in Johnson City when this happened. Dr. Malushny is not her boss. She's not, it's not like she's somehow over her. Dr. Smith was the chief medical examiner at the Jenkins Autopsy Center, Forensic Center. Subsequently, for whatever reason, the state sent her report to Dr. Malushny for another opinion. Dr. Malushny only reviewed her report, and she finds that it's a good report.
Right now, we watched her mom speak earlier, but the news channel that I have is live and they're not back yet while the jury's deliberating.
But then she wants to go further and find with some type of certainty that child was placed in the trash can. And you saw an exchange between me and her in here yesterday. It went on for 4 or 5 questions. And I kept asking her, doctor, can you say any type of certainty? What can you say about this? Can you conclusively say that that child was dead when it was wrapped in the blanket, wrapped in tinfoil, and put in the trash can? She evaded that question. She wouldn't answer that question. She finally answered that question only after it was threatened she would be in contempt if she didn't directly answer the question. And her answer was, no, I can't say conclusively. And then she threw out kind of a parting shot at me as she left. And suggest to you the more accuracy of that parting shot, she said the child could have been murdered some other way. Should have been. The child could have died some other unknown way. That's what the truth would have been. She presupposed that this child was alive when it went in the trash can. The doctor who did the autopsy was very clear she could not conclude that. She said it couldn't be excluded, but it cannot be included. Dr. McLuhan didn't come in with a preconceived notion of that's what happened. Now, the state has to prove you cause of death in this case. They have to prove that child was unlawfully killed. They have to prove this wasn't an accident. The proof from Dr. Schmidt leaves open a heart, it leaves open SIDS, laryngeal convulsion, it leaves open all of those things. We don't know what happened. It also left open a rollover, which is what Megan told Agent Fraley. And now, would Megan know for sure that that's what happened? Maybe not. You wake up and you find your baby dead in bed. Could you not come to the reasonable conclusion one of us must have rolled over on it? I mean, she's 17 years old. She's not sophisticated. She's had a hard life. She's scared that she's going to get in trouble. Hunter Wood's scared that he's going to get in trouble. And that's why she does what she does. Hunter takes the baby to dispose of it. She knows about it. Is that right on her part? No, it's not. Should she have called and reported? She absolutely should have. I told you that in my opening statement. Have they proved that she's a liar over and over? They have. Don't deny that. They haven't proved she's a murderer. You have more counts of false report than I can really count. I think there's 11 or 12 of them. Almost every time she's talking to law enforcement, you're considering a count of false report. With the exception of, you're not considering one for the time she talked to Agent Fraley. That's not before you. I would submit to you what happened was the conversation with Agent Fraley on the 25th of February, almost 5 years ago. That was a breaking point. That's a breaking point where she finally admits Evelyn is dead. She's able to admit to herself. You saw all these pictures she's sending back and forth before that. That's how she's grieving. Maybe she doesn't want to accept that the child is dead. Maybe as long as she keeps talking about it, talking to the media, talking to the police, and saying that Evelyn is somewhere else, she believes that. Maybe that's how she's getting by. You can't judge someone for how they grieve. You don't know what goes through their head. You don't know what they were raised with. I've never lost a child. I hope none of you ever have. But how am I to tell someone when they lose their child how they grieve? How am I to do that? Amber can tell you that. Oh, she shouldn't have went here. She shouldn't have did that. How does she know that?
Sir, I need you to calm down. I need you to calm down.
She's not in Megan's shoes. She's not out there living in that single wide trailer. That's not her life. She's not been raised by drug addict parents, a dad that beats on her mom constantly, and seen that growing up. She's not seen that. She can't put herself in her shoes. It's not fair to say she murdered her child because she didn't grieve right. I resent it. You should too. You should look to the evidence in this case. Do they prove a cause of death? That's the stopping point on the homicide counts. They can't do it. They brought two medical examiners in here who contradicted each other. The first one at least had read her medical records. The second one talks about how she is perfectly a healthy child. She ignored everything in her medical records. She didn't talk about it. It was obvious to me. Should have been obvious to you. She hadn't read them. She didn't care. It was her job to come here and convict Megan Boswell of murder. If you don't believe that, why would she leave here and say, well, she must have been murdered some other way? She was a biased witness, and she wasn't a credible witness. Now, let's talk about the tinfoil. How can her one fingerprint be on a piece of tinfoil? You all see this roll? Maybe like this. Okay, my fingerprint's on this roll. I've taken this one. The next person who gets this is going to get a piece of tinfoil with my fingerprint. That's a possible way. What's another possible way? We've heard that the tinfoil had food and debris on it. So there's food and debris in the trash can. But maybe the tinfoil was already thrown away in the trash can. If it came off of a roll like that, whoever got it would have had to have reached in there and gotten several pieces. There were several pieces of tinfoil. I believe 4. There should have been fingerprints all over it. One fingerprint. One fingerprint. It doesn't prove she put that tinfoil on there. Now, what about DNA on the garbage can? I would just about guarantee you, each and every one of you, your DNA is on your garbage can in your kitchen. Your DNA is all over the house. Your finger, I said DNA, actually fingerprint. Your fingerprints are all over your house. It's the kind of thing we don't think about, but you touch something, you put your prints. I think
he got a little bit too emotional on that. He's letting his emotions get a little bit too involved in this case. I understand that Megan's young and he's been around her for 5 years, but sir, you didn't help her by screaming at the jury like that. And yeah, everything we touch is going to get our fingerprints on it. I could definitely understand how her fingerprints are on the trash can. Like, I've never had an issue with that. I thought, that doesn't really prove guilt to me. Her fingerprints being on the aluminum foil does, though. But the trash can could have several people's fingerprints on it. Right, Rachel?
That's what you should consider. I mean, probably Evelyn's handprint on the trash can. At some point, I think in opening, I mentioned to you an unidentified palm print on the trash can. Well, I didn't know at the time it was a child's because it wasn't in the fingerprint analysis report. It's not that unbelievable that it's the child's. Now, Ms. Maxonville made a statement. I was a little perplexed with it. The defense wants you to believe that wearing gloves prevents putting fingerprints on something. You heard the fingerprint experts say they can. I think we all know that from our common sense stuff. If you cover the fingerprint up, you're not going to leave it on something. Now,
Hey, Celeste.
Let's go back to the statement with Agent Fraley. February 25th. She's talked to law enforcement over and over.
Yeah, we were here for the verdict live. She is guilty on all charges, and I'm watching on my phone for them to come back and tell us that what the sentence is. We've been going through that today. Yesterday, I was having some technical issues, and we were not able to watch the closing arguments together as the speculating family. So we're watching them today while we wait for them to come back.
And she talks about how she breaks down.
Oh, no, Clara.
It's the breaking point. She admits she's dead. But she's telling them the truth. How do you know she's telling them the truth? Because if she's still trying to lie to them, if she's still trying to confuse them, she wouldn't have said, I don't know where the baby is. It could be at Hunter's. It could be at Tommy's. Why would you say, if you're trying to lie to them, or perpetuate this lie like Miss Masseyville tells you, that the baby could be at Tommy's? Why would you do that? Ask yourself that question. She's telling them where the baby is. She thinks, I think it could have been left one of these two places. Says, I want to find it. And you'll have that video. You can watch it as many times as you want to. I hope you will watch it again. You hear Agent Fraley talk about how he'll go to the DA. She's a scared young mother. He understands that. Now, I don't have to prove this case. I wish I could, but I can't. You can't prove a negative. What I can tell you is the state has not proven their case. They've not proven the cause of death. They've not proven that the death was an unlawful killing as opposed to an accident, or some rolling over in the bed in an accident, or some kind of health-related issue. They haven't proved that. Let's talk about the gloves. I go around in circles sometimes, and I hope y'all are following me. I apologize for that. But let's talk about those gloves. Ms. Masseyville talks about the criminal tore the gloves up and trashed it. I think if you'll remember back and look at your notes, TBI cut those gloves up for testing. I could be wrong, but I think that's the case. And what do those gloves tell us? Do they match up to anyone? No. But they do match up to an unknown male. There's not enough profile there to match it to someone to specifically identify them, but it matches it up to an unknown male. That's why there's not multiple fingerprints on the tinfoil on the child. Those gloves that match some unknown male. We know it's male DNA. We know that. Finally, let me.
Doc Bowen said if the baby was left at one of the two places, she'd still be alive. And that is absolutely correct. Like, again, from the beginning, I've said I understand that she's young. But there's no excuse for killing your child. Tracy said this case will be this guy's biggest case ever. We know his voice is, I will be heard. He should come with a warning. Yes, he should. Also, the barber facial hair is looking kind of feral. I would be scared of having him close. Yeah, he's very emotionally involved. Celeste, you're fine on the caps locks. You're good. Clisty? You have to let me know if that's how you say it. Clisty. And thank you for sharing that. I love Native American culture. I'm always watching videos on it. That has always really intrigued me ever since I was young. I love Native American culture.
Let me talk just a little bit about Hunter.
Oh no, Moth.
There's text thread,
I mean Foxy.
and it's in February. It's between Megan and Hunter. And it appears like
Hey, M-Face.
Megan's telling Hunter the same story she's telling everyone else. Well,
You're
remember,
Lakota
Megan's
and
told
Sue.
Agent Fraley that Hunter doesn't
That's
want his
cool.
name brought into this. He doesn't want to be involved. He told her not to tell anybody anything about the child. At this point, Hunter, he throws out a name in that text. He talks about Agent Wilhoit. He's been involved with the police. He knows the police are looking at this. This is February the 22nd.
If we ever have like a just chill stream, yeah, we'll sit here and watch. I don't know if you ever seen, but they've got like a lot of old videos on YouTube of like some of the chieftains and stuff from Native American tribes, and like some of the stuff they do, the powwow, what the certain things mean that they wear. Like I could sit on here for hours and watch that stuff with y'all. We could do a whole deep dive on it. I love watching those videos. Hey, Darlene. We are, anybody that's coming in, I've got on my phone, we're waiting on them to come back with sentencing. Yesterday, I was having technical issues, so we're watching the closing arguments now. We've already watched the verdict live, the victim impact statements. We listened to that live, jury instructions, listened to that live, and watched an interview that he did on why Megan didn't testify. So that's where we're at right now.
Suggest to you that text thread is, look at the texts, they're self-serving. I'm just worried about the baby. I just want the baby returned safe. That's Hunter and Megan's way of covering Hunter's involvement in this. I'm not saying Hunter killed that child. But I'm saying he did dispose of the child. That text thread, it's a convenient way if you think about it.
Stop blaming Hunter for this. That boy's already dealing with a dang enough, sir. He didn't do this. Tracy, thank you. We love to have you as part of our speculating family. Thank you for hanging out.
You're trying to have proof that you didn't do something. If you start a conversation, start texting it, say, oh no, I didn't do that. Look at my text. I texted her, she's told me this. It's a convenient thing for him. But he didn't give his DNA. We know that. His dad talks about he went crazy because he was called a baby killer. Maybe he went crazy because of his participation in disposing of that body. We don't know. Everybody seems to agree he has went crazy. You saw a document this morning. That's where he's being held out of court over in Virginia to be evaluated to see where he's competent for some crime he's committed. He's up at Marion right now to be evaluated. That's what we know. I hope I've answered your questions. I hope my argument has helped you somehow with this case. But what I would say to you, if you have questions, about any.
Good morning, Terry. Thank you for being here. Hawkblood. Celeste, thank you all for being so kind. That would be great. My best friend Hawkblood is Geronimo's great grandson. Sorry for going off topic. I appreciate y'all. That's really cool. That's so awesome. I think it was Geronimo. I could be not saying the name right, and I apologize if I'm not. But that might have been one of the ones that I watched. If they're not back, I'll pull that video up. It's really cool. I love watching that video. Tracy said jurors are going to need hearing tests after this guy crickery. I don't know how to say that. It's when they go to the jury room. They're all going to be shouting. Yeah. Good morning, Terry from rainy North Carolina. She barely had a tear for herself, a real psychopath. She did it, and the jury said so. Heartless people. Yeah, she didn't cry for Evelyn, but she cried for herself. I feel bad for Hunter, too. I'm curious as to what his crime was that he committed, though. That's interesting. I thought about trying to look him up and see if I can pull anything on him. Perf said, nah, warrants. Okay. Oh, from the UK? That's so cool. I want to go there one day. Judge, time's up. Nothing yet on them. I've got the live feed on my phone. I'm not seeing anything yet.
Elements of this crime. And your questions are not
Crikey. Thank you.
answered to satisfaction. You have reasonable doubt. If you say, I don't know how that child died, that's reasonable doubt in the homicide case. I don't think I have much more to say to you. I go to a Baptist church and I hate long sermons. I'm used to it. I think I've been up here for about a half an hour, but I think I pray you'll come to the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. General, you may close on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, much like Megan Boswell, Mr. Scott seems to have some very convenient explanations for what happened in this case. Lots of things that happened in this case. All of the evidence in this case that points to his client, he's got some sort of explanation for it. But the problem is, in order to buy into this, in order to believe it, you have to believe Megan Boswell. You have to believe that when she spoke to Agent Fraley on the 25th, that she was somehow, for the first and only time in this courtroom, speaking the truth. But I think each of you, as you sit here, know that's not possible. That's not possible. Megan Boswell is one of those people. You used to hear the expression, the truth ain't in them. The truth's not in Megan Boswell. She doesn't know how to tell the truth. Everything that she tells to every person in her life is for some reason. And that reason is because Megan's trying to get something out of it. She is a master manipulator. Even at 17 years old, you sit there and watch those videos. She's trying to play everybody. She's trying to play the law enforcement officers who are interviewing her. She's playing her friends, every person in her life who walked through that gate and sat up on that witness chair was in some way manipulated by Megan Boswell. Some way.
That's really important because she is a master manipulator. Everybody did seem to be manipulated by Megan Boswell. Oh, hey, Brittany. I was like, don't be calling me Brittany. Brittany, it's good to see you. Brittany said these jurors' lives will be changed, will be forever changed. Yeah, they will. And they were just saying, I hope that they offer them some kind of therapy or something like that. I hope they do too. Darlene said, I wonder if the defense attorney asked God for forgiveness for defending these monsters. It's got to be a hard place to be in. You know, some people are really innocent, but like the ones you have to defend that you know are guilty AF, I don't know if I could do it. Perch said, hard to believe all the family didn't see through her lies as they knew her best. Felt bad for grandma. Yeah. I think they saw through some of her lies and maybe called her on some of it, but I don't think they ever thought it would go this far. Who's this guy? Finally can turn up just a little my hearing aids. Oh, Brittany, you're good. People keep calling me Brittany. I thought I was going to have to cuss somebody out again because I'm not Brittany. Rachel said, I think Megan does have some mental health issues that exacerbated this. I do too. Dainty says, so I do believe that she can con a parole board. Yes, I do. Life without the possibility of parole. She probably could con a parole board. I believe that. And lastly, real quick, if you listen to Defense Diaries podcast, he talks about what it's like defending people like this. Oh, that's good information. I'll have to check that out. I think Hunter is about the same age she is. The only emotions she showed was being sentenced. Not pictures, not when they talked about Evelyn, nothing. Just when her ass was on the line. And that irritated me as well.
Whether it was about Evelyn, whether it was about how she was going to pay for a babysitter, whether you're the father of my child, whether you're a great grandfather, whether your wife who's dying of cancer is babysitting the kid. I mean, she knows no bounds. There is no person that she will not manipulate and tell untruths about and to.
Hey, Tosh.
But Mr. Scott comes in here today and says,
right, Harry.
Hey, come on, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the 25th, you could that was the point, which she decided to be truthful.
Foxy.
No, it wasn't. No, we know it's not. It was just another story. She was telling law enforcement to lead them some other way. That's all it was.
And if you remember, Major Gratz testified. General Massengill was asking him the question, when did this first thing about accidents and rollovers, when did that come up? Well, it came up when the police and law enforcement finally said, we got nothing going on here. We got to give her an out. We got to give her something so we can try to find this kid. They're the ones who suggested it. And then very conveniently, the next day she comes in and guess what? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I've been lying to you all for days and days and days now. But now I'm going to tell you the truth.
And then it was another lie. And she continued to lie for months.
But that's not what happened. That's
while she went on vacation with her new boyfriend and talked about getting a house.
not what happened. I submit to you,
Oh no,
the
Foxy,
only
I know
time that Megan Boswell may have told the truth about some small portion. If you remember during one of the interviews, Lieutenant Price, who had been very patient with her up until that point in time, finally said, come on, something happened on December 21st. And she stopped him and corrected him. Remember? She said, no, something happened before December 21st. Yeah, something did. She murdered her child. That's what happened before December 21st.
The judge is the type to not take anybody's crap.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I speak further about the physical evidence that ties and shows that Miss Boswell is the one who is guilty in this case and who needs to be held accountable, I want to take you back to jury selection. Last week when you all were first up here and up there, and I asked you if all of you had brought your common sense with you. And if all of you, as you listen to the evidence in the case, would use your common sense. And everyone agreed that you would. And so I want to remind you of that. And it reminds you to apply that to the evidence that you've heard, the testimony that you've heard in this case. Because the defense wants to say that perhaps, again, speculating, it's a possibility that Evelyn just died one day in early December. And then all of a sudden,
Yep, Liddy.
Megan engages in this just pattern of just totally bizarre behavior that involves wrapping her child in a blanket, tightly pressing her head in aluminum foil and stuffing her in a trash can, and then engaging in this just convoluted tale to anybody who wants to inquire about what's going on with Evelyn. But it's a remarkable coincidence, isn't it, that all this occurs at the same time that she starts working at the chicken shack.
He said the chicken shack. Y'all know, here's the chicken shack. Hold on, I'll show you this real quick, and then I'll respond to your comment.
Y'all tired of eating that barbecue from up the street? Where to give you more sauce than to give you meat? Well, bring your big ass down to Brud's Barbecue, 15837 South Crenshaw Boulevard. That's right off Manchester. Brud's Barbecue tastes so good, make you want to slap your mama. Don't it, Willie? Yeah, boy. Hey, mama, what the hell you want, Willie? Ain't but one location, so it's near as you.
He said the chicken shack. I had to do it. Yeah, the blanket. I read that comment. Needed a laugh real quick. The blanket wasn't printed on her face. I've seen a few pictures. There's some on X. It's really disturbing. My issue though, I'll be honest with you. I can't figure out the aluminum foil thing. Like, why was the aluminum foil placed on her head? If she, again, like if it was to make her look like food, then, but she was upside down, you know what I mean? And it was wrapped around her head. What is that? Like, that is questionable to me. I don't think Hunter did it, but I don't understand the aluminum foil. Like, I need somebody to explain that to me. The blanket was, yeah, it's really sad. I see y'all are laughing. Yeah, I needed a laugh after that. You'll have a combo. You don't want to go. Foxy said you don't want to go to Crenshaw and Manchester. Trust me on this, y'all. No doubt. But yeah, I don't understand the aluminum foil. That's the question I have still at the end of the trial.
And then she meets Hunter Wood. You know, that Hunter Wood. The one who lives out on the lake in the big house. And remember, this is where Megan's living before December. These are the conditions Megan's subjecting her child to before December. Then she meets Hunter Wood. Big house out by the lake. Dad owns a business that I'm working at.
Where did you hear that, Carolina? That's hard though. I can tell. Okay, so Carolina said apparently Angela Boswell was arrested for outstanding warrants after she testified this morning. I wonder if she's sitting back there in the holding cell. I'm going to tell you something as a person who had previously in what seems like another life. Hold on a minute. In a previous life, I did break the law and I had some outstanding warrants. And for her to put that on the line and go testify for her daughter, speaks a lot on her as a person. I mean, she might have done some bad things. She might still be doing some bad things, but knowing the possibility that when she walked in that courtroom, she could be arrested and she still went, that does speak a lot to me. You know what I mean? But I would love to know where you found that so we could find out more information. You're trying to understand the sick mind of her way to end the child. Don't go there. Will not be pleasant. Yeah. It is hard. We're rational people trying to understand an irrational event. So it makes it all the much harder.
Remember the other thing she's telling investigators as time goes on. Needed a break. Watching 3 kids. Remember, her mom had the 2 other young siblings. Needed a break. Was tired. When did Ethan Perry step up? I've been raising this kid for a whole year by myself. Probably a little bit of truth in there. A little bit of truth. But it's a remarkable coincidence. This kid, Evelyn, natural causes, just dies right at the same time. Apply your common sense in asking yourselves why. Why?
I do think that there's a correlation between that. Rachel and Allie. Rachel said, me too. I think she was very angry. My clue on that was calling her mean. She did continue to tell everybody that she was mean, as F-U-C-K. And everybody else stated how sweet she was. Even her mom talked about how sweet she was, like when she kissed her and all of that. So I do wonder if there's a correlation, if she got angry with her or something like that by saying she's mean AF, especially considering that everybody else said that Evelyn was very sweet. Dainty Dane said, see, and then the way I think is she was trying to prolong the inevitable with testifying. They knew where she was. The arrest was coming. I'd rather go to court for a day than jail. I've been to both too. Yeah. I would have been there. If my child was on the line, I think I would have made the same decision too, but depending on what the warrants were, she's going to be sitting in jail now. Oh no, I'm sorry, Tracy. I'm sorry. That's a hard thing. If you ever need to email me, you can. I'm here. That's a hard place to be in.
Would Megan Boswell then start on December the 7th? She tells Bailey Hawkins, hey, it's just me. Ethan's grandma has Evelyn right now. December 7th. Remember, she starts Chicken Shack the 2nd. 7th, 5 days. 5 days later. Why does she start telling all these things that are obviously not true? I'm in a custody battle with Ethan. I don't have her. Evelyn's sick. She's got the flu. Can't bring her. Can't bring her up there to get the Christmas gifts. Let you see her. Why does she do that? Why does a mom who, by everybody's testimony, everybody's, her friend Bailey Hawkins told you, I mean, yeah, she wasn't a perfect mom, but she did well. She did well. They all did. I mean, she's posting pictures on Facebook, Instagram. Everybody. Her own pediatrician, Dr. Pugh, came in here. Yeah. She's a good kid. We didn't have any concerns. Healthy, meeting milestones, an advanced child. Why does a mom who dotes over her kid, who won't even let anybody babysit, she's so protective of this child? Remember Erica Stacy? I mean, heaven's sakes. I mean, that's an ex-boyfriend's mom who is willing to babysit the kid so that her son can go on dates with her. She won't let her do it. She won't let her do it. She will not let her babysit. That's how protective she is of this child. So why?
That was weird to me too. Like, this woman's willing to babysit. There was so many people around her that were willing to take this baby. And this is what you do? Rachel said the baby isn't capable of being mean. That poor baby wasn't even getting her basic needs met. Right. So hard to see. Said, like, Evelyn pulled out that long sheet or something. Yeah, I thought you were talking about when she pulled her face to kiss her. Liddy said, what I learned in this case is that so-called, quote, sudden death, unquote, with children hardly ever existed. Not once they get past the age of, like, I think it's 9 months, definitely 12 months. But I did worry about that. I used to watch my babies. I slept with my babies in the bed, but I'm a light sleeper. But I did have a little cradle thing that I put beside the bed, and I would wake up every couple of hours and just watch their chest rise up and down. I really was scared about that. Overprotected said, you can raise your children up to the best of your ability, but at the end of the day, they're still their own person. Exactly. And thank you for sharing that. Absolutely. Psycho is born, psychopath is made. I don't know. And that's another good question to ask. Would this be nature or nurture? Would it be she was born this way, or would it be all of the trauma in her life is what attributed to this? Like when people rub their dog's nose in the poop when they do it on the carpet. Yeah, I don't think that teaches them anything. Tracy said, but not just the victim and their families are ruined, but families of monsters who did the best they could are ruined. Yeah. Yep. And nobody thinks about that. Everybody blames the parents and things, but sometimes it's not anything the parents did. Sometimes people are just born that way. I'm still watching. There's nothing back yet. They still haven't come back. Made a mess with the foil and punished her with it. Oh, maybe. Yeah, cow's milk with nothing added. That's going to make that baby's stomach hurt. And again, like I thought about the sippy cup situation, and she talks about how young she was when she switched to the sippy cup. And I question if that's because like the milk in the bottle was bad. You know what I mean? So like, was she continuing to give the baby old milk, but she was starting to supplement with the juice? And so the baby just stopped taking the bottle because the baby was tired of the bad milk and started drinking the juice because the juice took longer to go bad. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. These are just thoughts that I have occasionally. Brittany said, I think it's both. Tracy said, she didn't want Evelyn. Why not? Hospital, fire, police station, neighbors, strangers, other ways, and let these babies grow into adults. Exactly. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, Overprotected. That's horrible. I am so sorry. If you ever need to talk, you can email me. So I don't want to mess your name up again. Cleast? I would just call you Manning. In my opinion, there are a lot of individuals who are just born evil and have no conscience. This, unfortunately, is not an isolated case. It's happening every day now. I no longer recognize this world. It's crazy. And another thing we've often talked about here is why is it happening so much now? Is it because it's always been happening and we're just able to see it on the news more because everything is just, you have cameras everywhere and everything's televised more? Or is it because people are getting worse? I've always wondered that. Yeah, she ran out of bottles and refused to wash them. Yep. I wonder.
Apply your common sense. She won't do it because she can't face the truth about what she's done. She can't face that truth. She can't look at that picture. And I'm not going to put it back up there for you. She can't face what she's done to that child. Discarding her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did. She can't face that truth. So she engages in just spinning all these stories to everybody. Everybody that comes with a story, she's deflecting that out because she doesn't want to face that. It is almost unbelievable to me that the defense is still arguing that Hunter Wood had some involvement in this case. I mean, truly unbelievable to me that they're making that argument. That has no credibility, number one. And two, no proof whatsoever. Not a single shred of evidence has been presented in this courtroom that ties Hunter Wood to anything dealing with the death of Evelyn Boswell. Not one thing. It's all just rank speculation. Oh, well, because he's in a mental hospital, therefore he must have done something. Right? No. How many people walked up there, took that witness stand and said, oh, yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter and Evelyn and Megan together. I remember when I saw that. None. Nobody said that. How many people said, oh, yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter holding Evelyn at the chicken? No. Again, nobody said that. No evidence, nothing from that witness stand ever put Hunter with Evelyn. She evidently wants you to believe, again, and I'll put this picture back up there. She wants you to believe that Hunter, and remember her when she's talking to Agent Fraley, that Hunter went over to her place. That's her place. Stayed the night with her and rolled over on the child. He's got a place over, nice place over on the lake, remember? But that's what she wants you to believe. When her breaking point, when she's finally telling the truth. Apply your common sense to that.
Mic drop. Carolina said Mandy Kelly of Court TV reported that Angela Boswell was arrested on old warrants when she left the stand this morning. First suspended license was one, but I just went there and heard about this. Okay, I saw where they played her testifying on the stand. I'll look for that too, because when this goes off, if they're still not back, we're gonna review them, the victim impact statements again and talk about those. I'm gonna try to stay on until we get a verdict back. Hey, Gray Moon, I was talking about you earlier that you sent me that clip with the defense stating why Megan didn't testify.
What else possibly ties Hunter to this case? To Evelyn's body being disposed? Well, maybe it's the playhouse over on Tommy's property. No. Again, we know Evelyn is probably gone 5 days after she first met Hunter from working at the chicken shack. But Megan Boswell wants you to believe that he's been able to go onto her property and stick a body in a trash can in a playhouse that was built for Megan Boswell. Mr. Scott asked you, and I wrote it down.
Okay, Perp, have a good day, love.
He asked you who was more likely to have left a print on the floor. Well, I'll tell you who's more likely to have left a print on the foil. The person whose print was found on the foil, Megan Boswell. He stands up here, and again, we've got explanations for everything. Well, maybe it was possible she tore a sheet off earlier, and in doing that, she grabbed the foil and left a print. Well, there's no Hunter Wood prints on any of the foil. The bag that's stuffed on top of the body where Evelyn's found. Multiple prints on that. None of them belong to Hunter. They all belong to Megan Boswell. He wants to say, and again, it's still beyond my comprehension that we're talking about Hunter Wood here. You know, why wouldn't Hunter give a DNA sample? I don't know. Perhaps because Hunter is being mucked up in Megan's world here. My gosh. Here I am dating this girl, and all of a sudden I got TBI agents asking me about a child that's missing and no explanation for it. Maybe that's why. And again, in this particular case, you heard from Agent Gray. What does it matter? There's nothing that was tested. All those things she testified to yesterday, all of them, all those things I handed up to her, that she analyzed. Not one piece of them had any identifiable DNA on it that could have been tied back to Hunter. None. Everything was Megan's or Evelyn's or limited profiles. As I remember, I asked her if I gave everybody in the world's DNA to her, she wouldn't have been able to match any DNA to Hunter Wood. Nothing. Everything connected that body in the trash can comes back to Megan Boswell. And then, let's not forget, in the middle, while all this is going on, February 22nd, Megan's child's missing. They questioned Hunter. And they had this conversation. And Mr. Scott wants you to believe that this is some kind of contrived thing between Megan and Hunter. But what evidence did you hear that there was any sort of contrived conversations going on here? Nothing. Again, nothing. In order to believe that, you've got to believe one person, Megan Boswell. And we know you can't believe her. No. Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. What's her response? If she was truly trying to cover this up, a little bit better response would probably be heard. She says, Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing. His concern, please assure me the baby will be found and brought home safely. That's not.
Darlene, I think he said it wasn't prevalent to the investigation. My kids have been crazy this morning. We'll play, excuse me, we'll play it again in just a second. I wanted to show y'all this real quick. Now, I don't know. I wasn't there. I did not see. I do not know. But evidently, from what Trevor Lee, this person is saying, the jury was shown on camera that caused the feed to be taken down, and the cameraman was given up to 10 days in jail. So evidently he was held in contempt of the court and given 10 days in jail. So that's very interesting. Let me pull that back up. We got 10 more minutes of closing arguments, and then we'll watch the defense attorney talk about why Megan didn't testify and look at the witness impact statements. I'm going to mute because it's loud.
That's not a conversation with someone that you have that has disposed of a body, that has helped get rid of your dead child. That's not a conversation. Hunter Wood is not at play here, ladies and gentlemen. Not at all. Not at all. defense has also talked to you about these things that medical conditions that they questioned the medical examiners about yesterday. Possible things that might have caused Evelyn to just suddenly die of natural causes, a perfectly healthy child. Again, he's asking you to speculate about possibilities, but we don't decide this case on possibilities. And if you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't hear from just 2 doctors about Evelyn's condition, about what kind of a child she was. You heard from 3 doctors. Her pediatrician testified in this case too. And what did she tell you? Evelyn was a healthy child, advanced, had met all of her milestones. Any concerns about her health? No, her concern was that on December the 5th, she doesn't show up for her year checkup appointment. She's a no-show. That's her concern, not Evelyn's got tongue tie. I'm concerned maybe she's going to die from SIDS. Not, oh, she's got some sort of reflux going on.
Hey, Michelle.
I'm afraid she might be at risk to just suddenly die one day. That's not her concern. And remember, and Mr. Scott didn't talk about this because you don't want to talk about it. I asked Dr. Malushnik yesterday about statistics. This wasn't just her opinion. These are
Darlene, no, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I think it would probably just be due more to laziness. Yeah, be careful, Dainty. I think you'll be okay. I mean, just be careful with those. That was one of the things I was addicted to. So just be careful. Be cautious with it.
These
Hey,
are
Jenna's Gypsy.
statistics kept by the Department of Health in Tennessee about the number of kids over 1 year of age who die in rollover deaths. Entire state of Tennessee last year, none. Entire state of Tennessee last 10 years, none. But yet they want you to believe that's a possibility in this case. She's the first one, ladies and gentlemen, evidently, the first one. No, it's not a possibility. You decide this case on the evidence that you've heard and the testimony you've heard from that witness stand. And the testimony you heard from 2 different medical examiners said this child died from asphyxiation. That's what they told you. Both of them told you that. He said they had contrary opinions. They didn't have contrary opinions. One of them had a little stronger opinion, but they both had the same opinion. They both told you the cause of death was the same thing, asphyxia. And all the evidence in this case points to one person alone as being.
Lord have mercy. Sorry, y'all. My kids are loud. Hio said, I can't even, I'm going to give you a trigger warning. Hio said, I can't even imagine Evelyn's last moments. In my head, I just envisioned God calling her soul back to him. Her body may have suffered, but hopefully her soul was already gone. And she saw that in another chat. I hope so. I hope she didn't suffer. I hope she just was asleep, or Megan did it while she was asleep. I don't know. I really hope so. Makes me sad.
Being a person who caused that asphyxiation. And that is Megan Boswell. This wasn't an accident, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't an accident at all. You've got lots
This morning, Darlene.
of evidence of premeditation sitting over there in that
I'm so
office.
sorry, Tracy.
This isn't a little piece of tin foil. This isn't foil like you stick around a baked potato and stick in the oven. You saw it. You saw the photographs, and the foil's in there. Pull it out. It's a big old piece of foil. Mr. Scott wants to suggest maybe it's sitting down in the trash can. Somebody pulled it out. Nobody's using that much foil. Use your common sense. And remember the testimony from Dr. Malusnik yesterday about how that foil was applied. That blanket, so tight when they're taking it off, the impressions left on that child's face. The foil, how painstakingly slow they had to pull it off.
Yeah, this is where they talk about the impression being left on her face and the blanket and all that. That's so sad. Hey, Indy girl, and hey, Abellis. I hope you're feeling good today, my lovely. So hard to see said it's like find a victim with a bullet hole and asking, well, how do we know it wasn't a heart attack? No doubt. I agree completely. Tracy said, as a caring, loving mom, knowing what little Evelyn went through, we all may be worlds apart, strangers, but those final moments we can torture ourselves. Yeah. It's really sad. It's so sad. I hope she gets life without the possibility of parole. We're still waiting on the jury to come back, but we're going to watch a few other things.
Because it was tightly compressed around the child's head. I submit to you, that's premeditation, ladies and gentlemen. That's intent. That's not an accident. It's part of this case, ladies and gentlemen, that as Mr. Scott said, is really, sad. It really is. It's a tragedy. You think about all those people that you heard testify.
Hey, big
how
girl.
easily all of this could have been avoided. All these people. Bailey Hawkins, Audrey Gibbs, Casey Saltz, Gail Kite, Paul Miller, Erica Stacy. Any one of those people would have taken that child. All this could have been avoided. But Megan Boswell only cares about one person, and that's Megan Boswell. She started a facade back first week of December after she killed her child. She created this world, this web, you've heard it called. And that's a pretty good description of it. It's a web. And it traps and ensnares everybody that she comes into contact with. She started this facade back then, and it's continued and continued and continued. And she brought it into here to this courtroom in front of you. And she's trying to get you all to believe the rollover, believe the accident, believe my child died of natural causes, and that I just flipped out and engaged in this totally bizarre behavior. But in order to do that, you have to ignore the evidence in this case. You have to ignore the forensics that place her and her alone as the perpetrator of this crime. This case is the very opposite of an accident. It's an intentional and knowing murder of a child. Megan Boswell got rid of Evelyn so that Megan could do Megan. She enjoyed it. You've seen the pictures General Massengill showed you. Hanging out on Blowing Rock, going to the aquarium, Super Bowl party. Megan Boswell sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back in that first week in December. As guilty as she was on February the 18th, when she first came in there, Detective Perez and James Lewis interviewed. She acted all surprised. What are y'all going to do? You going to find my child for? What do you do when a child goes missing? Remember those expressions, those questions she threw out there? She sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back then. Because
Tracy, don't do that now. It's okay. There's a reason that you're meant to be here, sweetheart.
she never learned the one lesson that we all know, which is that you're
Yeah,
responsible
they're so fries.
for your actions and your choices in life. And she sits here because she refused to learn that lesson. You've heard her interviews. She takes responsibility for nothing. But today is the day that you get to hold her responsible for those actions, for her poor choices and decisions, for her decision to get rid of Evelyn, to dispose of her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did, ladies and gentlemen. She disposed of her child like a piece of garbage. But her poor choices and decisions have a price, and they have a consequence. The state has proven to you over the course of the last week, Megan Boswell is guilty. First-degree murder, a false report, tampering with evidence, and a failing to report that death to authorities. And we ask today that you hold her responsible for those poor decisions by finding her guilty as charged.
Thank you, General.
All right. Those were good closing arguments. I think they did a good job. To be fair, both sides, I think, did a good job. This is what I have on my phone right now. And as you can see, they're not back. It just is showing that. So I do have the live feed, and we are waiting on them to come back. I'm going to try to stay on as long as I can. Hopefully they'll be back soon. So for now, we're going to go back, play her mom testifying. First, I'll play that interview that Gray Moon sent us with the defense attorney from yesterday. And then after that, I don't know what we'll watch. Maybe some Native American stuff. The hoe fries were made yesterday. They were talking about hoe fries in chat, and they said that we needed a hoe fries emoji. So I made the hoe fries emoji. I actually had to change it to poutine fries. I put the poutine fries. We call them loaded fries here, but I've never had fries with gravy on them. Now I think maybe once we had like mashed potatoes and there was fries or something, and I dipped them in my, sorry, wrong playlist. I'm trying to set up a Patreon, by the way, working on that. I think I dipped my fries in some gravy one time, but that was as close as I got to that. Okay, so I guess we can start. We'll watch all the times he talked with the news. So we'll start at the beginning and work our way up, since they're like 2-minute segments. This was 6 days ago.
County News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel is live in Sullivan County, where court is being held. Ansley?
Yeah, Sarah and Casey, court actually just wrapped up about 25 minutes ago for the day, but I'm standing by with Megan Boswell's defense attorney, Gene Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Glad to.
Well, first off, you fought hard to have the video that was played this morning, played and admitted as evidence. So what did you want the jury to see in that?
I just wanted to see the jury to understand the full context of Megan's interview with Agent Fraley and the fact that she had explained what happened to Evelyn and that there was more to it. And that kind of, for the first time, maybe put her side of the story out there to the jury.
So what are you trying to convince the jury of? That Evelyn's death was accidental or that Megan didn't do it?
Well, honestly, we don't know. I mean, when I say I don't know, obviously we think Megan didn't kill this child. Was the child rolled over in bed, or could something else happen medically? So those are issues that are still there before the jury. But obviously, I'm adamant that Megan did not kill the child.
There are a lot of questions about whether Megan will take the stand herself. What can we expect out of her?
That decision hasn't been made yet. We will make it closer to time.
And I know it's only day 2, but what can we expect tomorrow?
I think more witnesses like we saw this afternoon, just setting the stage for the state's case.
And what is your strategy and what are you hoping to, again, convey to these jurors throughout this trial?
Well, I think what I'm trying to convey to the jury is Megan's was a young girl. Her reactions, while they may seem unreasonable, were reactions that she had because she was a scared young mother, not because she killed her child.
Is there anything else you want folks to know about your client as we head into day 3?
I wish people would not rush to judgment about her. She loved that little girl, and we think that'll show through the course of the trial.
All right, Jean, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. And again, court will resume tomorrow morning, and we do expect to hear from the witness that was on the stand last today, as well as several others. Sarah, Casey.
All right, that was the
And
first.
we will continue to live stream the Megan Boswell murder trial daily on our website, WJHL.com.
That was the first interview he did. Now here's the I guess we'll go through the playlist. I don't know what this is. I'm going to pull up. Hio just sent me the information on her mom getting booked in jail, so I'll put that up in just a second. His name is Gene.
Tonight, we're getting a look at what is involved in the process for an attorney seeking to be removed from a case.
Yeah, it's a high-profile case here in the Tri-Cities. A public-appointed defense attorney wants to walk away from it. Brad Sproles has filed a motion to remove himself as Megan Boswell's lawyer. She's accused of killing her 1-year-old daughter, Evelyn, whose remains were found on a family member's property in Blountville in March 2020.
Hey, Gothic, good to see you.
Megan Boswell is set for trial in February. In this filing, Sproles said the attorney-client relationship with Boswell is not salvageable, and he wants to be removed from the case. And now we're getting a look at what is involved in the actual removal process.
Kate Nemery spoke with a well-known local defense attorney about this. Kate?
Josh, Sarah, according to defense attorney Don Esparel, it is not unusual for new attorneys to step into cases, whether due to a defendant's request or counsel's motion to withdraw. However, a judge will take several factors into consideration before granting that motion, and it could impact trial timing.
Permissive withdrawal would be where your relationship with your client has devolved to the point where you really cannot communicate, to the point where you cannot be effective as a lawyer. You have to provide effective assistance of counsel. That's constitutionally required.
The judge will take several factors into consideration, according to Sparrell, including questioning counsel as to why they want to be removed.
Generally speaking, if an attorney in good standing with the court says, Judge, I've got to get out of this case. I can't go into it exactly. Then the judge is probably not going to make a great deal of inquiry.
The judge will also consider how much discovery has been done and if a trial date has been set.
It's not anything that's unusual for us as attorneys to step in either by appointment or private hire to have to come up to speed.
At that time, the attorney will need to get up to speed with the case by reviewing transcripts, the previous lawyer's notes, and potential recordings. It is unlikely hearings would be repeated.
As far as a redo, just to be a redo, no.
This was the second time he spoke with the news here in the trial.
Today marked the third day in Megan Boswell's murder trial. Thank you for joining us this evening. I'm Terry Craig. Today's session covered more witnesses in the death of 15-month-old Evelyn Boswell, who was at the height of an Amber Alert in 2020 and was later found dead that year. The person accused being her mother, Megan Boswell. She's the only person facing charges in the death of Evelyn and has remained in the Sullivan County Jail since. Today, the court interviewed multiple witnesses once again. The court began this morning with more witnesses who knew Megan Boswell. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel has been in Blountville at the courthouse since the trial began, and she's there now live to give us an update. Ansley?
Yeah, Terry, court actually just wrapped up a few moments ago, but I'm standing here with Megan Boswell's attorney, Gene Scott. Thank you so much for joining us again today.
Oh, you're welcome.
Well, first off, let's talk about the mistrial issue. Earlier, you made a motion for a mistrial. Do you think that there could be an issue with evidence that could come up again?
I think we sorted that out after we talked about the motion.
I got
My
something better.
investigator
I'll
and
work on it
investigator
real
for the
quick.
DA's office went through the evidence in question. I think everything is sorted out at this point.
Now, earlier we heard from Ethan Perry. He took the stand today, who we now know is not Evelyn's father. Who is her dad?
I think that information is in the record and will come out, but I think I'd rather wait till it's said in open court.
And let's also talk about how everyone that testified today said Megan stopped bringing Evelyn around at one point and then she changed. What exactly happened there?
I suspect it's going to show that, in fact, she does stop bringing Evelyn around the time she passed away. And I think a lot of people expect you to react in a certain way when someone dies, and no one acts the same. There's not an appropriate way to grieve. People grieve in different ways. I think one of the most telling things today was Miss Stacy said that Megan seemed numb. She initially said she was emotional, but then she later said she seemed numb.
And let's also talk about when you were cross-examining Randy Wood. That was another witness that came in today. You asked him if his son Hunter had mentioned that someone could read his mind or take his thoughts. And then you said something about tinfoil. Where were you going with that?
I was just exploring what his mental state was at the time that he was around Megan. And I'll bring that back around later in the trial.
And I know that we are in day 3, and it appears that Megan is, conversing with you and active in this. Is that, kind of what your strategy is? Is she active with you in this defense?
She's taking an active role in her own defense. She's looking at evidence. She's making suggestions. So, yeah, she's very active.
And, we also know that day 1, she was pretty emotional and things have kind of seemed to level out with the evidence there. But what are her emotions like right now?
I'm sure she's scared. I don't know how it would feel to have a child die and then to be blamed for it. So I can't say exactly what her emotions are.
And, I always, want to ask you, day 3, exactly, what do you want folks to know as we're, into today and after hearing the testimony that came out today?
I think what I want folks to know is this is a long process and the evidence is just finally starting to come out after 5 years. And I think people's opinions will change of Megan.
All right. Is there anything else you want folks to know about your client?
No.
All right, Gene, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. And, court is actually going to resume tomorrow. It's going to resume at 10:30 in the morning. We were told beforehand that this case was going to be about 3 weeks long and would go on Saturdays. Well, tomorrow we will pick back up with testimony in the morning. Terry?
All right, Ansley, thank you so much.
All right, I've got a video of Evelyn.
Thank you, Alex. Jurors have began deliberation in the murder trial.
I'm going to work on getting it uploaded to YouTube real quick so I can play it for you guys because you were asking for a picture of her. So I'll try to get this little short video uploaded so we can watch it. This is where he talks about, sorry if I've missed some of y'all's comments. This is where he talks about why Megan didn't testify.
Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell, the only person who faces any charges in the death of her baby daughter, Evelyn. Those charges include first-degree murder and felony murder. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel joins us now live from Sullivan County with defense attorney Gene Scott. Ansley?
Yeah, Casey, I'm standing by here with Megan Boswell's attorney, Gene Scott. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us right now.
Glad to.
Well, first off, this morning, a lot of folks were curious as to whether or not Megan Boswell was going to take the stand herself. Talk to me a little bit about why she did not.
We gave it a lot of thought and were at one point leaning toward doing it, but after the medical examiners testified yesterday, I don't feel the state's proved their case, at least it's the cause of death, and we don't feel it was necessary.
And I know that right now jurors are deliberating. So talk to me a little bit about what you hope they're really considering right now and really mulling over inside that jury room.
I hope they're considering all the evidence, but in particular, I hope they're considering the testimony from both medical examiners and the fact of the latex gloves found in the trash can with the child that had male DNA on them.
And I know there's been obviously a lot of talk about Hunter Wood here in this. And this morning, prosecutors brought forth a piece of, paper from the state of Virginia that, talked about his involuntary, commitment to the mental institute there. But let's talk a little bit about why you want his name to, be said in this trial.
I don't think the only reason his name come up was because that's what Megan talked to Brian Fraley about in her interview. So that's why his name is in this trial. That's in evidence. And the thing about that interview is she was, they initially charged her with a false report in that count. They dismissed that count. And so it's our position that her interview with the TBI was truthful.
And let's talk a little bit about that. I know that you did raise a question in the beginning about why she said, that night she gave them that confession, if you will, but they didn't go to the property until a couple of days later.
I don't have an answer to that. I know they had searched the property on the 23rd with cadaver dogs, and maybe that's why they didn't think it was fruitful.
And I know that a lot of folks have been having their eyes on this trial. Talk to me a little bit about what you want people at home to know.
I just want people at home to know that maybe Megan has been painted with the wrong brush. The girl that's sitting in there beside me in the courtroom, she's not the girl that you're seeing on the videos from 5 years ago.
And what do you want people to know about who she is today?
I think she's a nice young woman. I hope she has a full life ahead of her.
All right. Well, Gene Scott, thank you so much. And again, we expect jurors to be deliberating for quite some time as they're mulling over these 19 charges here in Blountville. We're not sure exactly what time they'll call it tonight. If they do, we are expecting them, again, like I said, to continue to mull over this. And of course, we'll continue to keep you updated on air and online. Casey, back to you.
Ainsley Daniel reporting live for us from outside the Sullivan County Courthouse as we continue to track deliberations, and we will do so as they happen and bring you the verdict on air and online on WJHL.com as soon as it becomes available.
Okay. So we'll watch this and then I'll play the video that I made real quick after this. This is her mom on the stand from earlier.
I want to ask you some about Megan's home life and growing up, but I guess I want to ask you first a little bit about yourself.
Okay.
And I'm asking you these questions, Ms. Boswell. I'm not trying to embarrass you or cast any aspersions.
No.
You married Tommy Boswell when you were how old?
First time 15.
You speak into that microphone just a little more, please.
The first time 15.
Okay. And when did you become pregnant with your first child with him?
I had my first in April and turned 16 in July. So,
Okay. And who was that child?
Tommy Jr.
Okay. And then you had Megan at some point. How old were you when you had Megan?
There's 8 years difference. I was almost 24.
It's okay. So let's talk about Megan's life growing up. Would it be fair to say that during her lifetime, she's witnessed drug use between you and her father?
Yes.
What type of drugs?
Opiates, mainly.
Scoot up and speak into that so the jury can hear you.
Opiates, mainly.
Did that drug use lead to other problems?
Yeah. Arguments, fighting, yes.
Okay. You say there
strife.
Strife.
Is what it brings, yes. Nonstop.
Is that something that went on pretty much her entire childhood growing up?
Yeah, from the time she was pretty little, yeah.
Okay. Good. Now, did she witness fights between you and her father?
Yes.
Okay. I think at some point her father was convicted of aggravated assault and kidnapping.
Yes.
Were you the victim in that?
Yes.
Do you remember ever taking Megan to any NAAA meetings with you?
Yes, I did.
How old was she when you did that?
She was probably about 7 or 8. First ones I started taking her to 7 or 8, 8 or 9, somewhere around in there.
Now she, due to the strife in your home, was she raised by her grandparents to some degree?
Yes.
Okay. What were their names?
Mary and Danny Boswell.
Okay. Mary Boswell, would that be who's known as a mommy?
Yes.
These problems, do you feel that it's partly your fault, the problems Megan's experienced?
No, absolutely. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Now, unfortunately, your problems that they went on up into, we saw a video in here you being brought down from the jail to talk with her in 2020.
Yeah.
So even up until the time she went to jail, you were in and out of jail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I've been.
Have you been convicted of numerous crimes?
Yes.
Now,
Okay. It would appear that we're back. So let me pull this up. I do have a video I just made of they're actual videos of Evelyn, and I will play that. Hold on just a minute. All right, here we go. They just came back live, so. I think they're done, Little Red.
What I'm going to say, if you look at page where I have my signature, where I had to sign the instructions. The very last sentence says, take the case, consider all the evidence fairly and impartially, complete one of the two forms. I'm going to say yes, and then I'm going to say complete one of the two forms for each count. Sound good to you?
Where?
Screaming Daisies, yes, this is the sentencing. Yeah, I have that document.
Emma, if I wake up and there's one on me, I'm going to kill you.
No, it wasn't. My kids were talking in the background. Hold on. While he's going over that, I'll go ahead and pull this. Well, maybe not. I don't want us to miss anything. While he walks away. So this is showing that she was arrested today, Thursday, February 13, 2025 at 9:55 a.m. Angela Boswell was arrested. She's in custody from today at 11:21 Central Standard Time. She was booked at 9:55. Federal inmate currently unavailable. She's not a sex offender. So she was taken into custody today. Let me get that pulled back up. Oh my God, Abellis. Did you mean to do that? Good Lord, sweetheart. Well, thank you so much for the support. Oh my goodness. Thank you so
Go make 2
much.
copies. They need a copy of it. If you don't mind.
Let me come pick y'all, all the new members up on the crazy train for
I
speculation.
forgot to make y'all a copy. He's making it.
Sure.
I forgot to make you each a copy.
They're going to make a copy, so I'll pick y'all up for speculation station. Hold on just a minute. Let me pick up our 50 new members. Thank you, Abellis. My goodness, thank you so much, Abellis. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Goodness, thank you so much. Let me see if I can pull up who that went to.
I don't need a notebook. Well, yeah, I do. I got to put it in there. All right. We'll have to bring the jury in and I'll read them this supplemental instruction to answer the question. And I have to staple the actual handwritten question to the back of the. All right, we can bring the jury in.
Everyone stand, please.
I'll read who they went to in just a minute after we do this. Thank you so much, Abellis. That was so very sweet of you. Basil's in here. He's sneezing a little bit, so I'm worried. I'm going to keep doing the antibiotic under his eyes for a couple more days. While they're standing.
Maybe seated, thank you.
Never mind.
Okay. Okay.
Don't do this. Don't you do it. Don't you do it.
Supplemental instruction number 1. Members of the jury. Each instruction to you or response by the court to any request from the jury is required to be reduced to writing. You are not to place undue emphasis on this response. This instruction should carefully be considered along with all previous instructions in light of and in harmony with the others. Question 1, quote, is it correct if we only use and sign one sheet per account? Question mark, end quote. Signed for person.
Oh. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up another way.
Please.
Hold on. No, don't do this. Let me see what I can pull up. I might not be able to tell y'all who the memberships went to. They're no longer live. Okay. Court TV is doing the trial of ASAP Rocky. I'm not seeing anybody live. Dang it. Let me know, mods, if y'all find anything. I'll pull up that video real quick. Thank you so much for being a member for a month. I'm so glad that you found us over here. And she has a channel too. It's called True Crime Addict 8. I shared it out on my community post the other night. So make sure y'all definitely check her out. Dang it, WCYB. Let me see if they're live again. All right. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, let me show y'all the video of Evelyn real quick while I see what I can figure out. And I guess we'll finish watching her mama testify until I can find something. Why are you acting up? Y'all, I'm so busy right now. I cannot. It's not showing on my page yet. Let me see what everybody's saying. You lost it too? Okay. True Crime was streaming this as well. Yep. All right, let me go to the playlist and we'll finish watching her mama testify, and then I'll keep looking. I don't know why it hasn't pulled up the video of Evelyn that I had. I'll check again real quick, and then we'll go to her mama testifying. Yep. And my internet's going to be slow. All right. So while we watch her mama finish testifying, I'll keep looking. Gives me about 2 or 3 minutes to try to find it. All right.
Have you managed to straighten up at this point?
I have, yes.
You hoping to?
Yes, I pray every day and just, to do my best and try. I've learned the importance of a mother's role, but not for Megan, I didn't.
All right.
I failed her on that miserably.
And you're here asking the jury to give her a sentence of life as opposed to life without.
It's Maggie is, at her core, she is a generous, kind person. And through all Maggie's went through, Maggie still has potential. She was trying so hard. She didn't repeat my mistakes. Maggie learned from my mistakes. And she was trying to do better with Eve. She wasn't repeating. I think she got saddled with, just because of my mistakes that she did. That was not it. That was not the case with Evelyn.
Would it be fair to say she didn't have a good role model for the mother should be?
No, she did not.
Answer any of Ms. Massimino or Mr. Harper's questions.
I don't have any questions, Judge.
Okay. I don't know what this is. It might be some more of the people testifying. Okay. Let me try the. Yeah, I don't see anything yet. I keep checking.
Ladies and gentlemen, although I may not agree with your verdict, I respect your verdict. I respect you. And I thank you for your time. And I have one more thing to ask. You have to make a decision now, and that decision is it's going to mean the difference if you sentence Megan Boswell to life in prison. She'll be released when she is.
Well, dang. All right, let me play this short for y'all. I'm still watching because it should be out like sometime soon on like the news channels or something. I'm going to work on getting a few things pulled up. This is just a short though, so I won't have much time to pull up much. Okay. Hold on. Hold on a minute. It's not playing it. Hold on. Let me get my YouTube pulled back up because it wasn't playing it. My computer might be hot. Yeah, it wasn't playing the actual video though. I don't know why it's wanting to act up now. I'm not seeing anything like as far as the news being live right now. Okay. Nope, not that one. That one. Okay, I'm going to pause it real quick, so hopefully it'll load and actually play the videos. There we go. I'll let it play one more time. It's really sad. Okay. It's got me emotional. That was what I have on the short little video that I was able to pull together on Evelyn. Well, we can watch this for right now, and I'm going to keep trying to pull it up.
And we're watching right now as that looks like they're standing. That may mean the jury is likely coming into the courtroom. We are waiting on a verdict. This is kind of the moment that.
Got it. Thank you, True Crime.
I do.
Will you set instead?
We can.
Thank you.
They're good with the state.
Yes, Judge.
All right. May 22nd. We'll say at 1:30.
Yes.
At 1:30 p.m. Report by the Department of Corrections be filed no later than April the 15th. All right. Anything else we need to take up?
Nothing else for the state.
Mr. Horn?
Yes, Judge. I think from this point going forward, since Mr. Scott was primary counsel in this case, I would make an oral motion to be relieved as co-counsel on behalf of Megan Boswell going forward.
You'll be relieved. You were appearing as co-counsel pro bono.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court thanks you for your service.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Court will be recessed till Tuesday at 8:30 a.m. for the next trial.
Okay, so did I miss the sentence? I'm going to start it at the beginning, which was 2 minutes and 35 seconds, and we'll see.
Hear more from Judge Jim Goodwin once the jury is out of the courtroom there. We'll continue to watch and listen back in at this point. We'll hear more from Judge Jim Goodwin once the jury is out of the courtroom there. We'll continue to watch and listen back in at this point.
All right. Ms. Boswell, in count one, the jury of your peers having set your punishment, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. In count two, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. In count three, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. We'll have to set this for sentencing hearing. We'll deal with merger, other issues, as well as sentencing in counts 4 through 20. Does she waive the 45 days, Mr. Scott?
She does.
So far, all I hear is life. I haven't heard without the possibility of parole, but she did get life.
Sentencing in this case for May the 8th.
Judge, that is not good for me. I have a murder trial at Carter County very next month.
It's not good. May the 16th.
I expect the Carter County murder trial. We've got 2 weeks blocked off.
May the 23rd.
Yes, sir, I'll be here.
Sentencing will be held May 23rd. Pre-sentence report needs to be filed no later than April the 15th.
Judge, you have May the 22nd. Instead of 23rd.
I do.
We'll use that instead.
We can.
Thank you.
They're good with the state.
Yes, Judge.
All right, May 22nd. We'll say at 1:30.
Yes.
At 1:30 p.m.
I think she's eligible for parole.
Report by the Department of Corrections be filed no later than April the 15th. All right. Anything else we need to take up?
Nothing else to say.
Mr. Horn?
Yes, Judge. I think from this point going forward, since Mr. Scott was primary counsel in this case, I would make an oral motion to be relieved.
I think it's life. She got sentenced to life. I don't know what's happening in May 22nd. Maybe an appeal.
As co-counsel on behalf of Megan Boswell
All right.
going forward.
You'll be relieved. You were appearing as co-counsel pro bono.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court thanks you for your service.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Court will be recessed.
I think it's life with the possibility of parole. We're going to see what the news said about it.
Till Tuesday at 8:30 a.m. for the next trial.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, there we see the feed stopping there out of the criminal courtroom there. 3 counts of life, 3 life sentences, basically what the jury is recommending on those first 3 charges for the first degree murder, felony murder, and second felony murder charge there. That would be life, we would understand, with the possibility of parole.
Yes, she has to serve a full 51 years before she'd be eligible for parole. If you count the 5 years, which we will count the 5 years she has already served, so she would be 69 years of age before she would be eligible to get out of jail. Now, that is the recommendation from the jury. The official sentencing will happen May 22nd at 1:30.
And that has to come from the judge. And then we also have to count the counts 4 through 20, the other charges that she was convicted of this morning as well. There will be sentencing that will come with those. And
along with fines.
And all of that will come together on that the May 22nd date there. So, but that is the recommendation from the jury, is the life in prison is what they've recommended for Megan Boswell.
So she'll actually be sentenced in May 22nd, which will be right after the Stearns trial. So we'll definitely pay attention to that. We'll finish out what the news has to say about it real quick.
Will be eligible for parole is what we're learning. We will have much more coverage on the Megan Boswell verdict and the sentencing coming up on News 5 and, of course, online and on all our outlets.
All of our digital platforms as well. You have all of our coverage as well throughout this trial. But Megan Boswell found guilty on all 19 charges, and today sentenced with 3 life sentences. They're recommended, I should say, by the jury. We'll return you back to regular programming and have complete coverage of this beginning here today at 5 on News 5 and, of course, online as well.
This is a News 5 special report.
All right, so she's guilty on all 19 charges, and she's got 3 life sentences so far. Well, that's what they recommend, I should say, like the newsman said. And the judge will sentence her on May 22nd. So that's where we're at with that. Let me put my background back up now. Okay. I felt like it was interfering with playing the videos. Yeah, 50 plus years of prison justice. Yeah, prison justice. I don't know. You know, sometimes they're not real mean. Sometimes they are. I don't know. So I don't know. I hope she's going to sit in prison for 50 years though and think about what she did. I know that. We went over closing arguments and stuff like that. It's on True Crime Addict 8. Make sure you check her out. Let me show you her channel real quick. She said it's on my calendar. Make sure you go subscribe to True Crime Addict. She's streaming right now. That is our Katia that's in chat. Make sure you guys go give her a like and subscribe. That's what her page looks like. She's live now. I'm stream sniping her.
16, isn't that right?
Hey, you.
Been dating again at that time?
Soon after.
Okay. So y'all go check her
Have you seen
out.
her much in the year?
Y'all go check her out. She's streaming right now. I'm gonna have to go for the day. I appreciate y'all being here. You're so sweet. She's doing the rose petal trial right now. That one looked interesting to me. I need to look into it. But I haven't yet. But yeah, I'm gonna go. And I hope y'all have a good day. I am glad that Evelyn did receive justice today. I hope the judge changes it to life without the possibility of parole, but we can at least rest easy in knowing that she'll be in prison for at least 50 years or so. Thank you everybody for your support. Thank you, Abellis, for the 50 gifted memberships. That was so very sweet of you. My goodness. Thank you. Yep. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm going to work on getting some more videos out tonight. Make sure y'all stay safe. Group hug everyone. Thank you. Yeah, great stream. Yeah, thank you guys for being here and hanging out with me. I enjoyed watching all of the stuff that we watched today with y'all, and I appreciate y'all hanging out with me and sticking with me through this trial. It's been a long one. All right, I love y'all. Y'all stay safe out there. Give your babies a hug and a kiss. Make sure they know they're important. Make sure they know that they're loved. Say a prayer for all the children out there. Rest easy knowing that baby Evelyn got justice. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.